It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
67 degrees right now, getting it up into the low 70s. You just heard Marty herself say it. It is a lot different weather-wise today than it was yesterday. Yeah. And we will get into everything that happened. I mean, thank God, Kimmy, we live in a community where tornadoes don't happen.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
They never touch down here.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. So we'll get to that later in the show. But let's start off with a weird phenomenon that's been happening in our area.
What happened?
Well, we'll start with the story. A 40-year-old woman in Ontario County has been arrested after an incident at the social services building.
All right.
According to the sheriff's department, this 40-year-old woman threatened to shoot employees and then blow up the social services building.
Why waste the bullets if you're going to blow it up anyway?
It's a great question. Also, that's a weird first thought.
But, you're really, making a lot of extra work for yourself there, lady.
Okay. So we don't know why she threatened to blow the place up and
She wasn't
shoot
getting
employees.
enough social service.
She was arrested, charged with falsely reporting an incident, making a terroristic threat, and resisting arrest. She was taken to the Ontario County Jail. She got a court date coming up later. So obviously, not the right thing to do when you're frustrated with a governmental service. But what's strange is, and Kimmy, you can back me up on this, we've seen this exact story like 5 times in our area. People threatening to blow up the social services building in whatever town they get arrested.
Yes. So, I guess because if you're there, you're in a bad way.
Okay, fair.
You're already going in
struggling.
frustrated.
Sure.
Life ain't going
Yeah.
too good for you if you got to go to the social service building, I'm guessing.
No, that's a fair statement.
So you're already frustrated.
Got it. I understand.
And you're dealing with red tape and
Fine.
At it.
Absolutely. However, it is very strange, even with all that in mind, that like 5 different people over the last 2 or 3 years, his reaction was to threaten to blow the place up. And again, none of them have blown up, which is good.
Yeah.
It could just be a heat of the moment thing.
But like, I doubt like any of these people like were in the news and like that's a good idea. Next time I get frustrated at the social services building, so like I would assume all 5 of these people individually came up with the idea of threatening to blow up the social services building.
Like that's your go-to move.
Where the hell did that come from? Where is it coming from? Because you don't see a lot of places that get "I'm gonna blow you up" out of frustration threats.
That is true.
Yeah.
Like you see schools get bomb threats, but normally that's people either.
It's a planned thing.
Yes,
kinda.
right?
Yeah.
Like, we're trying to throw a wrench in whatever's going on here. It seems to be the recent theme, right? Like, here, it's pure frustration.
Directed at the people that you're looking at.
And, like, you've been frustrated in places before.
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy, you've been frustrated.
Yeah,
I've been everyone listening. Everyone listening has had these moments where you're somewhere and it's just like, I can't believe that this is happening right now. But I've never once in my life, personally, had the thought, you know what would make this easier for me?
Sure.
If I threaten to blow the place up.
That'll clear the line.
Where the hell does that come from?
It has to be. You got to be just touched.
Or you
You
just have
can't.
to,
You can't be a normal person, in my estimation.
What is normal?
I think you're mentally ill.
Okay.
Like
No.
I think once you hit a stress level, that mental illness like kicks in and takes over your life.
So no matter what mental illness they're suffering from, if you have mental illness,
No, I think you
bomb
got
threat is the go-to.
You'd have to. You'd have to have some kind of mental illness to think that this is a logical thing that's going to work for you, or you just mentally blind rage and lose it for a little bit. And it's weird that you would hit it at that moment in line at a social service office. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because you're right. There's other places that they're frustrating. Like we've never heard a story of someone threatening to blow up the DMV, which can be just as frustrating.
Oh, it can be miserable. That's a miserable day going to the DMV.
I don't remember a story of anyone threatening to blow up a hospital, right? Which can also be frustrating if you go to an
Life and
ER.
death and
All of
everything
these
going on.
things, right? Emotion all tied into it, right? Why?
Yeah.
It's always the social services building.
Yeah, I mean, it's just got to be you're at your this is like your last effort to get something done, and if it's not happening, like maybe people just lose, like they don't know what else to do. They just lose all sense of reality.
So is that the last line of frustration then? Like
Maybe.
in a human body? Like you have been pushed over the edge when you decide I'm going to blow this. I'm going to threaten to blow
You're
this
not
place
giving
up.
me what I need or want, and I have nothing else. I have nowhere else to turn to.
And what do you? So social service gets you what?
Kimmy, can we Google? I think there's a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why you'd go there.
I mean, anywhere from needing a new Social Security card to collecting benefits. To
but I also know
things
they deal with your kids too, right? Social services too.
Are you thinking about CPS, Child Protective Services?
I don't know.
I'm not. Look, I know I've been to the social services building. I think to get a Social Security card. I think I went with my wife when she was trying to change things after we got married.
All right.
I think
because I don't know what you're there for. Like, are you there to get stuff that you need, like, in the moment, like, you're desperate?
I do remember.
Like, food.
Okay, that's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, because benefits are covered under social service. I mean, it's social
kids.
service.
So it says, your all those things are right. First and foremost, social services are government programs that provide for low-income individuals, children without a family, those with mental health issues, veterans, and more.
Okay.
All right, so you got a whole host of people that are struggling.
Yeah. Okay, 100%. Yeah. But again, for
and
all...
maybe that's the norm. Maybe all of them are like that. Maybe every year one person loses it across the country. Like we're just thinking here, like this could be going on all over the place.
On a daily basis, one social service office faces a bomb threat.
One nationally.
No, because it's
not
more than,
one every.
No, because we've had like one a year the last couple, more than one a year the last couple.
But that
of years.
might be the norm.
Okay, Val, you're awfully nonchalant about people threatening to blow up a building.
Because it usually doesn't happen.
Okay, no, it hasn't happened.
Right.
Well, I mean, here.
I know.
Usually, if you were gonna do it, you wouldn't scream it out loud first, right?
That's the person. Yeah.
Well, you're right. I mean, that's a good point. The person who threatens to blow up the place is the one you have to be the least worried about.
Yeah.
It's the one that's doing shifty eyes with a big old knapsack that you got to worry about. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 40-year-old woman out in Ontario County. She threatened to shoot employees and blow up the social services building. She also resisted arrest, by the way, when being taken into custody.
That sounds right.
But that's probably the least of your worries. She has been arrested, charged with falsely reporting an incident, making a terroristic threat, and resisting arrest. I will say this.
Yeah.
There are places in life you don't want to be, ever. The emergency room would be one of those places.
Sure, you're in a bad way.
Yep, not only because you're in a bad way, but it's a collection of unique and interesting individuals.
Yeah, everybody's having a bad day at once.
You got it, yes. And like it knows no socioeconomic status, right? Like the richest of rich and the poorest of poor and everything in between have to sit in that emergency room when something goes wrong. The same thing goes for the social services office.
Yeah.
Because, again, like, you may be there to collect benefits. You may be there to have to deal with paperwork for something.
But you're in need.
Exactly. And I do remember making a trip there and sitting in that seat looking around like this is a scene that I do not want to be a part of for a very long time.
Yeah.
Because you could feel the tension in the room.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how people are going to react if they get the answer that they don't want.
Yeah.
And, like, it's a tiny little room, and it felt like a powder keg being in there.
That makes sense, though. And think about that person across the counter that has to deal with that all day.
Oh, I can't imagine.
They may not be all
imagine.
pleasant by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right?
Yeah, but it also seems like one of those jobs where maybe you have to stay pleasant for your own protection.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But not everybody plays on the same.
Everybody's gonna have a bad day, right?
Sure. You know, when it comes to the job you would want the least.
Yeah.
All right, let's name these 3 places here. Working at the DMV, behind the counter. Working behind the counter at the emergency room. Or working behind the counter at the social services office. The one that you would want to do the least, Tommy.
Oh, emergency room. Because then you're also going to be dealing with all kind of like horrible crap.
Okay. All right. But you're helping people in that moment. There's honor in that.
Yeah, yes, but I also have to see all like the chaos and the trauma and all that.
Well, yeah, that's your job.
Yeah, no, I'm out.
All right, so ER is the scariest one.
I quit. I'm out.
Kimmy, of those 3, social service office, emergency room, and DMV, which one would you want the least?
Take
your time. We're just doing a radio show. Got a bag of onions you want to munch on if you want. We still got 46 pounds of them, though.
I mean, I think you're probably in the most desperate situation in the ER. So I would think
so that's the one you least want to
You're
work.
just constantly dealing with panic and people in a bad way.
I would also think, though, however, when things go right, the ER is the place where you're going to get the most thanks. Right, where you're gonna feel the best about yourself.
You're right.
Okay.
I mean, there is a payoff.
Yeah.
When you're actually when people are being helped, I'm sure.
But it's got to be a nightmare. It just has to be, for the most part, just a nightmare.
Well, look.
I mean, things. I guess at least in the ER, like things are moving fast, right? Like if you're in the DMV, People have a lot of time to sit there and think about what they want to say to you.
Okay, so let's break this down, right?
All right.
Like, as far as how people will treat you if you take care of them the right way.
All right.
The DMV, everybody thinks that they've been there too long.
Yes.
Everybody thinks that
They're going to see other people get help before them, which is going to piss them off.
And everybody thinks,
based on the
Yeah, their issue, Kimmy, should be taken care of first, and it should be done the way that they think it should be done. So even if you were to take care of someone the exact right way at the DMV, they're not going to look at you and be like, oh, thank you, because that's your job. That's how it's supposed to be done. If you talk about the social services office, you could be dealing with the same situation, and if you have bad news to give them, it's going to be bad. In the ER, relieving someone of pain will make them love you for the rest of their
But do you
life.
get that?
Yeah, I was going to say, and while you're relieving someone of pain, there's 100 other people there
You're right.
still in pain.
You're right.
Or do those people ever come back and thank you? I mean, they go in, they get fixed, they leave, they come back and go, hey, man.
They probably
Good
want out
job
of
with
there
that
as fast
bullet
as
wound.
possible.
Oh, I don't know. I think people do come back to the hospital and say thank you. Like, for example, my daughter was in Strong for 2 weeks when she had brain surgery a couple years ago. She's good now. She's good. We got our whole sack full of onions, helped her out.
Oh, good.
But no, we go back every year and bring stuff to the nurses, and I think a lot of people do that have that experience.
That's nice.
Right? But, so, yeah, I mean.
I wouldn't think to do that.
Okay.
Like, I would think
didn't have to
just.
say that out loud.
They save your life and, help you and relieve you of pain.
But
And
I
you
wouldn't think to do that.
You wouldn't think to say thank you.
No, but to go back.
Not one time.
Well, I've never been traumatized like that either.
I can
No,
understand.
I've never been to the emergency room with that.
Wait, you've never been in the emergency
Ever?
room?
No.
In your life?
No.
You
For
are so-
myself, I needed something immediately.
How are you so charmed?
I can't believe that.
That's insane.
Like, not one time.
No. Like, I had to go, oh my God, I'm going to die. No.
Well, no, it's not just you're going to
No,
die.
I mean,
you could also,
or
need
you know,
stitches or
you
your
can't
leg's
get to your
broken
doctor.
or-
So, yeah.
I'm trying to think. No. I mean, okay, yes. I cut my hand at work.
Oh, okay.
So I had to, yeah.
There
I
you
did.
go.
I mean, one time, though, still, in 140 years.
And by the
one
way,
time?
it was like 8 stitches in my palm. And that was it.
Okay, I ate
So,
everything
yeah,
about
I
you.
guess I get, yeah. There's my fuck. Oh,
Whoa,
sorry.
okay.
I didn't say it. It was close.
You caught yourself.
But yeah, like 8 stitches, I don't think qualifies me for trauma unit.
Qualifies you for an F-bomb. That's what it does. We got Anthony writes us on Instagram. He wants to throw in a fourth option.
Okay.
Working at the town hall complaint department. I'm going to disagree with you there, Anthony. It's not life and death, eating,
But
not
it's the
eating.
most petty problems,
Yeah.
and that may piss you off more.
But you can also laugh in those people's faces, and there's nothing they can do about it. Like, for example, we talked about the issue going on at some neighborhoods in Penfield with the dozen foxes that are living in this neighborhood, and the neighbors want them gone. In Penfield, and the Department of Environmental Conservation have said, hey, there's nothing we can do.
Right.
They're just being foxes.
Right.
They're not aggressive or
So
anything.
get outta here.
Yeah, and they're kicking a bunch of dirt around and making a scene about it. But, what are you going to do?
Yeah, nothing.
You come in here and yell all you want. I can just laugh in your face. I'm not going to laugh in your face in the social services office.
No.
I'm definitely not going to laugh in your face in the ER. I guess I could laugh at you at the DMV.
Yeah, probably.
Right? Like if they tell you that your vanity plate, we can't put that on a plate and you make a big deal, I'm going to laugh in your face about it, right?
Yeah, you can giggle at them. Where are you going?
I will say this. I think the DMV makes it the hardest on the employees. Because ERs and hospitals try to make the ER comfortable for people.
Yeah.
And it was the same with the social service office when I was there. You do not find more uncomfortable places to sit than in the DMV.
It's just disgruntled all the way around.
Why did they go into an old church, take the pews, and put them into the
Great
DMV?
question.
Why could you not put something soft on the chair?
Yeah, a cushion.
I'll take a folding chair over that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the people that work there are pretty disgruntled.
That's not true. I did have a very pleasant lady once because I remember going in. Could you prepare yourself? You kind of talk yourself up when you're going into these places. Everybody here hates being here.
You're stuck.
And there was this little old lady, and she was smiley and happy, and I was just like, hey, you know what? You're helping out your reputation at this job.
Okay. Bill writes us on Twitter. He says, the DMV is different now. Lots of people can do stuff online, so you don't have miserable people packed in there.
Right.
The last couple times I've had to go to the DMV for work, it was a good experience.
Yeah, I haven't been to the DMV in years.
Neither have I, actually.
Because I think now my license just gets renewed online and they send you a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Which is
you
sweet.
can go for an eye test, but I think you can go other places.
Yeah, I
for
went
that.
to the
yeah.
eye doctor
Yeah.
for the eye test.
Yeah.
America's Best. I didn't know they were actual doctors over there.
Oh, I didn't either.
Yeah. Unless he wasn't, I don't know. It worked for the license, so everything's just fine. All right, so I guess the moral of the story
What's
here,
that?
with this woman, again, one of like 5 in the last couple of years in our area, that have been arrested for threatening to specifically blow up the social services building. When you are having that moment where you feel like you're frustrated and nothing is going right and some crazy thoughts move into your head, just keep your mouth shut.
Take a breath.
Yeah, but do not
walk away.
Yeah. Threatening to blow something up will not make anybody's life better in this situation, right?
Yeah.
All right, great.
All right.
We have a dynamite, don't blow it up kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock.
What's going on?
It's another big day.
What happened now?
Here at the break room.
Is
this going to be like a weekly feature now?
No, I can't afford to do it weekly.
Last week, 2 Thursdays ago, excuse me, Tommy debuted his new hat. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, we blew away all records on our live stream with people that wanted to see Tommy's hat.
Yes.
Now, Tommy bought this hat because you said that my wife, your dermatologist.
Yeah, the hair's thinning up top, so scalp's exposed. Got to start worrying about skin cancer up in the noggin.
And yeah, so you bought this to wear out in the summertime, that hat. But this hat is not. This is not that.
Well, it could be,
but that's not why you did it. You're treading a dangerous line.
Oh, what am I doing?
No, I'm serious when I say this. Look, I'm saying this is your
dangerous
friend.
line.
I'm saying this is your friend.
What?
Kimmy, the worst people in the world are the people who make an article of clothing their personality. And you are becoming guy who makes clothing personality.
Well, clothing is part of your personality. It's part of. You wear all your sports memorabilia on your body, and a lot of your clothes actually tell a story.
I mean, you do have to explain your clothing.
Like, what's that cap today?
Oh, this is the Denver Elephants' first Negro League baseball team.
Okay, and what's your shorts?
Oh, these are just from Mitchell & Ness.
But they say Mitchell and Ness.
It's the company that makes them, just like it would say Nike or Reebok or
but they tell a story.
It's just a company that made the shorts.
I think if you're putting on an item of clothing and you want people to ask you about it, that's when it has become your personality.
And that's you.
Me? You have a case. You have another case for your hat.
This.
I don't want it to get dirty.
It was on 2 social media sites last night. The tease for your new hat. Tommy gets a new hat. We'll get to it. And if you want to log on the live stream to catch Tommy's new hat at 7 o'clock, you can get us on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. On YouTube and Twitch at The Break Room, WCMF.com, The Break Room, WCMF.com. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, as nice as a new hat.
Yes.
So we'll get to that. And it's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we got to bitch it out.
Yep, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Your hotel experience in the state of New York will be much different come this time next year.
That doesn't sound good.
Well, no, actually, I think you and I are both loving this.
Oh.
I know I love this.
All right. Well, they're changing.
Look, just because it's there doesn't mean you have to take it home. And if you are a husband whose wife seems to have this problem, you will no longer have to worry about it.
Okay.
We'll tell you what's going away next here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. This time next year, your hotel experience in the state of New York will be much different.
Nice.
It actually is nice for guys like you and me, because here's the fact.
That's it.
Just because they're there doesn't mean you need to take them. And I know that I am not the only person whose cupboards in the bathroom are just overrun with D's.
Yeah.
That will no longer be available.
So why?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, the Sterling Renaissance Festival, is back for fun-filled theme weekends in 2024. You can visit the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Sterling Renaissance Festival, valid for one-day admission during the 2024 season. This all-ages, family-friendly festival offers a 360 experience with the amazing sights, sounds, authentic foods, and feelings invoked with the shows, Saturdays and Sundays only, through August 18th. Skip the lines. Order tickets right now online at sterlingfestival.com or go to WCMF.com. Best of luck from your friends here on CMF. Just after 6:45, Kimmy seems to think that the extreme weather that was terrifying people across western, central, upstate New York.
Yeah.
Right? People wanted it.
Kind of felt like it was a little bit of a thrill for some people.
Right.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. It was announced this week the state of New York is phasing out single-use shampoo bottles at hotels.
Those little minis.
You got it.
Okay.
So soaps, shampoos, lotions, whatever. Hotels with 50 rooms or more in New York State, come this time next year, will no longer be able to provide any small plastic bottles containing those items. And the idea of it is to cut down on plastic waste.
Okay, so when I go to my hotel room, what's going to be in the bathroom?
Okay, so it's already started to happen. You know,
I've seen this a few places.
Well,
as a man who travels a lot with travel hockey, there are giant
dispensers.
that stick on the
Oh,
wall.
like you pump
Yeah.
out?
It's in the
Okay.
shower, so you just hit it and you pump
So it'd be
it.
like those hand sanitizers, but with soap.
Kinda, yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
shampoo and conditioner and
Perfect.
lotion and stuff like that. Yeah, this is the
Because
great,
you never get enough of those little things anyway.
even for your hair?
Well, back in the day.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
now
say.
it's too much.
Yeah.
Now I could use a bottle a week.
Kimmy, does this bother you?
No. I mean, for some reason, like I mean, me personally, no, but I do know people that like they look forward to the little free bottles of soap and shampoo and conditioner, because in their mind they're like, oh, this is perfect for travel, which you're already doing.
Yeah.
But you already probably bought your own stuff, and you'll never touch those bottles again.
I've seen people swipe them right off the maid's cart. Like when when the
Yeah.
maid's out there and knows
How many do you need?
You just grab them.
My wife will walk up to the
Oh.
women who are doing the housekeeping and say, I need more shampoo, and then stuff them in her pocket. This news is the greatest news in the history of the world, because if you are married and you have a wife, odds are you have a section in your home that is full of these shampoos and lotions and soaps. Not because you need them, but because
they were there.
Exactly. Like, I'm not exaggerating. I could fill a garbage bag with the little shampoos and lotions my wife has stolen since we've been married. And she, like I said, she'll ask. She'll go out of her way, front desk, to get more. I don't know why. I have never seen my wife use them once outside of a hotel room. Why do you ladies obsess over stealing all of the soaps and shampoos?
It's free. And I guess like ladies' shampoos and stuff are super expensive.
My
compared
wife
to,
still buys
yeah,
the
but I was
shampoo.
gonna
Yeah,
say,
true.
but the ones that they give you usually, I mean, it's not always like the highest end
Thank
brand.
you.
Sometimes it's stuff you never heard of
Thank
before.
you, right? You're right. Like, yeah, look, if my wife was stealing this stuff and we never paid for soap or shampoo, fine, I get it. But my wife still buys the shampoo and the soap, and this stuff just sits there.
Now, I am guilty of this when we were stand-up comics working the road. Anytime they put us up in a hotel room,
Yeah.
I grabbed everything.
But I actually used it.
Yeah, I mean, I was broke. So, like,
Yeah.
I would grab, I was the biggest toilet paper, all that stuff.
Oh,
When
you
I
stole
checked
the
out
toilet
with
paper, you bum.
bro, I've been on a road where I had to take a dump. Like, and there was
We're
nothing.
not talking about your act. We're talking about using the bathroom here.
You listen, man, we hit some of those bathrooms on the road and those gas stations where there was nothing in there.
Okay.
I get if you're traveling and maybe it's a need.
It
But I don't
was.
get the people that take the toilet paper just to take it, because it's never like, it's not always like the highest quality toilet paper. Like,
she's
you may
right.
never touch that stuff again.
But my old man,
I was afraid to crank one out into it that it was going to blast through.
my old man and my mother too. They were from that Depression generation. They got really weird about toilet paper. Like they would hoard it. And I'm not talking like COVID times.
Yeah.
Like he was like, hey, well, if they run short, you want to walk around with a raw ass all day? Like I guess because they never had, like my mother did not have toilet paper growing up at all.
What, because she grew up in Auburn?
She grew up in Auburn. They had an outhouse. She grew up on a farm.
Okay.
This is the 30s.
Oh.
So you wiped with magazines and newspapers. So when you went out to the outhouse, there would be like Sears and Roebuck catalogs, and those things were like bigger, like 2 Bibles, or newspaper, and that's what you wiped with.
Oh.
That's why all the women looked like that back then, man. Nobody was happy. That's why everybody was miserable in those pictures in the 1930s. All had a raw ass. So both my parents
think,
were like,
the ink on that, it can't be good for you.
well, yeah, but I mean, it's the 1930s.
No, I know.
Nothing was good for you
Yeah, you
back
got
then.
bigger problems, right? She got
Like
rickets.
you're breathing in leaded gasoline.
Good point.
If you could afford it. Like, I don't think my mother ate seafood till she met my father. Or she never saw the ocean till she went into the Marine Corps.
Yeah, but okay.
My mother probably never traveled more than 20 miles from her house.
Bro, I didn't see the ocean until I was like 15.
Yeah, but that's because you could.
No,
if your father would have managed his money better.
You're such a spoiled ass bitch. Like, that's what you're describing
She
is
didn't
still
even have
most
seafood
people.
until she was an adult.
Yeah, like that's most people. What you're describing now.
I mean, where could she have even gotten seafood where she lived?
Oh, they
right?
could have. They had money, but they had no money. I mean, I'm sure they could have went to a nice restaurant and gotten seafood.
In the 30s?
Yeah. I mean, they had shrimp.
All right.
They had lobster. They had tuna fish.
I mean, they wouldn't have been able to go to Red Lobster. It would have just been going to Lobster on account of the communism scare.
Yes.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. The state announces that this week they're phasing out hotel single-use shampoo bottles. So, like, you won't be able to steal them and take them home. And this is the greatest husband news in the history of the world because now you don't have to worry about your wife embarrassing you trying to steal all this stuff. And, like, that new solution with the bottle screwed into the wall, it's such a better system.
Until your wife shows up with a screwdriver.
You don't think she's already tried to steal them?
Wait, rip off the wall?
They're impossible to get off the wall. Yeah.
I don't know what you would do with it anyway.
Well, what do you do with the little ones?
Yeah.
But, okay, so first you can't take them home. Second, you're not scrambling to try and find the soap or shampoo because, like, we all have that bad habit when we go to a hotel shower. You get in the shower and then you realize it's on the counter. Now I'm wet. And, like, for some reason, despite the liability, hotel bathroom floors are the slipperiest wet bathroom floors of all time.
Well, it's cheap tile.
But why? Because if I fall and hit my head, I'm suing the hell out of you.
Yeah, true.
You'd think they'd be a little safer, right? So I don't have to get out of the shower to do that. And the best part is you never run out. Because, like, we stay in a lot of hotels with travel hockey.
Yeah.
If we stay 2 or 3 days, 4 people in a hotel room,
you're kind of living there.
but we run out of toiletries.
Yeah.
With the bottles screwed onto the wall, that does not happen. Because I don't like to let the hotel workers in. Like, we always do the do not disturb, don't clean room thing. Yeah.
Why?
So you never get new towels or anything?
No, we're fine.
Why?
I don't want them in the room.
I like them coming
What are they
in,
gonna?
like making
What are
the
they gonna
bed.
steal? Your goddamn stank ass drawers?
It's not about stealing. It's just like
one of the luxuries is I come back in
Yeah,
the room.
I'm with you.
The bed is made. I have a fresh set of towels. Like they always say, like if you
Bathroom's
don't need the
nice and
towel,
clean.
hang it up. I screw that, man. I want a new towel.
They even put the picture of the turtle on the thing where they tell you.
Hey, turtle. You know what, turtle? You got the whole ocean. Enjoy. That's all you out there.
What are you talking about?
Okay. My mother didn't even know you existed until she was 20 and going to kill the Germans. So tough.
I thought that most people put up the do not disturb the whole time you were there.
Bro, I want service. That's what I'm paying for. Like the nicest thing about a hotel room is it's just like a break from.
It's like you come back and the whole room's reset.
It's like it's perfect.
How dirty are you making the room where you
No,
made
the
it?
bed-
you
it's
don't
not
want your
dirty.
bed getting made.
I want a
and-
fresh towel folded.
Yeah.
I want my bed made.
You are such
I like
a
everything
spoiled bitch.
organized.
You are such a
I don't think
spoiled-ass
that's
bitch.
weird.
That's
No, you guys are the weird ones.
why do you think they have maids? Like you're literally putting that woman out of
No, because
business.
she has to come clean the room when I'm done with it.
No, but like if you're there for 4 days, you need that room made every day. It gives her more work.
Did you hear what you just said?
I'm
I'm a job creator.
I am.
Give her work.
My wet ass is a job creator.
Oh my God, man. Oh my God. Do you hear yourself right now? You're a dick for making her clean your room every day.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
That's why they're there.
Excuse me,
their
that's
gig.
why you exist, is to make my towels fresh and my bed made. Do your job. Do your job.
Like the best thing is having a fresh towel for when you shower. 'Cause I'm in 2 a day, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna
you do
blow
shower
through
a
two.
lot.
I'm gonna blow through two towels.
Okay.
Right. So having 2 fresh towels the next day, nice.
Yeah, or you could just hang the towel and it's also fresh.
Yeah,
'cause
I
it's
have
dry.
that at home.
Oh my God.
I want new and nice.
You sound like a 4-year-old.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I want new and nice. Fine. I don't even care. It's like I'm arguing with my children. Fine. Good. Yeah. No, it's good. Towel.
That's like going to the restaurant. I'll clean my own plate, thank you.
Well, not.
I'll set my own.
It is part of the experience,
Right.
You know?
You guys are.
I mean, like if I'm gonna hang out in the hotel all day, yeah, I'll skip the service that day. But if I'm
No.
gone, like feel free, come in, do what you gotta do.
I'll leave the room 20 minutes while you
What,
vacuum
you'll
and
leave
clean.
Oh, I don't
so
leave.
they'll
I
come in
just-
and clean?
Yeah.
So you'll go
Like, if
hang
they're
out like
there-
in the lobby while they clean.
Yeah, I'll take a walk. I'll go down and get a cup of coffee. It's a hotel. There's a million things to do. I'll go out. I'll go to, take a little
I'll go to the
stroll.
Gold Bar store while you, for less than minimum wage, clean my room for
Bro,
me.
I'll go down to the bar and have a drink at noon.
Oh, what?
Nice.
All right, let's take a break. Insane yesterday across Western Central
I mean, they kind of
Europe.
called it the way it showed up.
Well, no, you're absolutely right. They nailed it. Well, it was more intense than I think they even
Yeah,
predicted.
it's west of
yeah.
here. Yeah.
Because we set a record last year or yesterday, not only for a day, but for an entire effing year.
Oh, my God.
And it's nuts because, I mean, thank God
Yeah.
that tornadoes never show up in our part of the country.
Bro,
Yeah? What?
barely.
Yeah,
did
why
you
don't
see
you?
the-
Okay.
Did you
Oh, he already knows
see
the F-dub. He already
the
knows the
video of
F-dub.
the roof getting torn off?
You didn't.
High winds.
We'll get into it next. Yeah, that's what a tornado is, you idiot. Next to the break room on CMF. of a weather day in Western New York yesterday.
Oh, boy.
From Buffalo past Syracuse and every place in between, you had biblical forecast that ended up bringing us something we have never seen before.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where it felt like some people in our area were almost hoping to see something you would never actually want to see in your town. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to bitch it out a little bit, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And, okay. 2 weeks ago, Tommy debuted his new hat. Because that's the kind of content we do here in the break room. And it took the community by storm.
Yep. It wasn't actually supposed to be a whole break on Tommy's hat, but it turned into one.
It was such a stupid effing hat that we couldn't help ourselves. And when you got that hat initially, your argument was you needed it for your health.
Yeah.
Valid argument. What about this hat, though?
Well, you got to have, different outfits.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And change the season. And here's the thing, skin cancer does not take a day off, my friend. It doesn't know the seasons. It doesn't say, oh, it's Christmas. I'm not going to give out skin cancer.
Do you hear yourself right now? What are you outside the wintertime, you cold-ass bitch?
Walking in and out.
Okay. You have now crossed a line that you cannot go back from.
Nope.
Because you have made this piece of clothing your personality.
Well, that's what you do with all your clothing.
No, it's not. You're the worst type of person. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock. And if you would like to witness, because he brought in a new hat box, if you would like to witness Tommy's new hat.
Yeah.
You can get on our live stream, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. Get us on YouTube at the Break Room WCMF. And again, nobody has seen this hat either.
No.
You're doing the national, international debut live.
This thing is sharp, bro.
Come on, man. Is it dumber than the last one?
Well, to you, probably. But to a classy, more dignified crowd, they're on board.
Okay, we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the Break Room on CMF. Did you know?
What's that?
The state of New York set a record today.
What did we do?
We had at least 18 tornado warnings.
Damn, warning.
Yes.
Right.
Now, which it's not only the most in one day in our area, it's the most in an entire year.
Yeah,
in
we're
one
not
day.
Twister Town.
Thank you. Dating back to 1986. Now, as far as we know right now, we only had two official, and I say only, we had two official tornadoes in Western New York. Both of them were west of us yesterday. Not a great day for the tornadoes don't happen around here crowd.
But we don't get Texas twisters that are a mile long and take out entire.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said, and I quote, "We don't get tornadoes around here."
I don't consider an F1 a tornado.
It's like tornado?
It's like baby NATO.
Technically.
You mean the tornado that happened? You don't consider that a tornado?
It's a baby tornado.
Baby tornado. Okay. Did you not see the video?
I saw the video. Everybody saw the video of Buffalo. Somebody lost a roof. Okay.
That wasn't scary to you.
It was a roof
The Midwest
off.
laughs at us when they see this stuff.
Okay.
Like their entire communities get like flattened in 7 seconds.
Okay.
There's like cows impaled into bulls. And like they go about their day.
So you're saying you wouldn't be scared if that was like your neighbor's roof flying at your house?
That doesn't even fly. It just falls off.
No, it flew.
Oh, would they fly like a mile away?
You didn't see the video.
He didn't watch the video.
I saw
No,
the
you did watch the video because it was horrifying. It was absolutely horrifying.
It wasn't horrifying.
Like you keep moving the goalposts. You go from nobody's ever heard of a tornado to tornadoes don't happen here. Well, if it's not like an F-75.
They only go with F4.
The roof didn't fly off. It just fell off.
What was weird about yesterday, when it comes to tornado warnings, you have to be on constant alert, right? Because tornadoes can literally pop up anywhere.
Yeah, you don't know when it's going to start.
It's extremely stressful. But, Kimmy, you said you noticed something on social media yesterday. You're not Kimmy.
It almost felt like everybody was like excited for this thing to happen in a way.
The storm.
Yeah, like they were excited about the possibility that there could be tornadoes near them, and I'm only going based off of some like the video clips I watched. Like there was one video clip and it wasn't an actual tornado, but it looked like something was starting to form, and you could hear the guy in the video go, "Wow, whoa, oh look, there it is!" Like he's just standing there waiting for a tornado to happen.
Well, it is nature at its fiercest, right?
No,
Sure, but
and
like
you're witnessing like something you wouldn't normally see.
But
the timing has to be perfect.
No, I understand, but you don't want a tornado coming right for you.
Your first instinct should be, where do I need to go if this turns into a tornado? Not let me get this on camera.
She's absolutely right. And it's not even like we are in the Midwest, right, where you know what to do when a tornado hits, because we don't. So, the worst type of person is someone from our area filming a tornado because you're not entirely sure what to do if that tornado starts coming right at you.
And, the disappointment when it wasn't an actual funnel.
Yes.
Well, you build up all this excitement. You get the water, the batteries, you got your food, and then it's the party's canceled.
Yeah, my house
That's the
stays in
best
one
case
piece.
scenario.
So, in Florida, I can remember, in hurricane season, people I've only been in one hurricane when I was a kid, but my parents kind of threw a cocktail party. Everybody went to my sister's house.
Hunkered down.
But they were loading in booze, wine, food, and put the transistor radio on because we had, battery-operated and it was a freaking cocktail party. If something really went bad, they were all smashed.
Yeah.
The people got smashed before the house.
So they got lucky, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but they treated it hey, we're inside, make a drink.
Yeah, those people are idiots.
I know.
Those are idiot
but
people.
They still do it. They still have hurricane parties.
And you see those people standing on the news, I don't know what happened.
It hit so fast.
But and you also think it's never going to happen to you.
It's literally in front of your face.
I know, but I think that mentality is it's not going to happen to me.
Okay.
And I think that's a self-preservation thing that's built into us.
No, you would think self-preservation is opposite. Self-preservation is be prepared for everything.
Right, run in the opposite direction.
I mean,
it's spoiled people thinking, I do so good and everything is so great for me. Why would a tornado come and attack my home?
And I think you are painting a different picture because you're painting they're so comfortable because this happens all the time kind of thing.
Yeah,
this
true.
was this never happens here, so I can't wait to see it.
All right.
Mentality? I don't know.
No,
but I mean, you've heard about them on television.
Yeah.
You saw the movie.
No, but Kimmy, you bring up a great point. Talking about yesterday, all of this insane weather, 18 tornado warnings in western New York. 2 of them touched down just west of us. That 18 tornado warnings is not only the most we've ever had in one day, it's the most we've had in a year in our region, all in one day. We, in western New York, are not prepared for tornado.
No.
We don't know all the tips and tricks. The buildings around here are not built to withstand the storms like that. No one who has been born and raised in Rochester actually knows how far enough away is safe to get away from the funnel. And in those videos, too, like you said, there were a bunch of people on their porches videotaping.
Hanging out outside.
Get in the house! Get in the house!
Get in the house! All you got to do is get low when it shows up.
Get low?
Yeah, you get low.
What are you, Flo Rida? Don't. It was Dad's Super Bowl yesterday.
Oh, for weather? Yeah.
If you have a family at home, it is your job as dad to track dangerous weather when it's coming to town.
You are on radar watch.
All day last night. Because there was 2 pockets, 2 areas. It was 11 o'clock to 3, and then 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock is when the worst was going to be. And when I got up from my nap, I was sitting in my garage. I was watching the clouds. I was on the radar. I was checking out all the social media stuff because there has been a tornado kind of near my house in the past.
Well, you live in a weird area, too. But you get different weather than Kimmy and I get. Even in the wintertime, our weather,
your drive-in is much different.
You'll explain weather that didn't happen in my house.
South of the Thruway. It's so weird. And we're just south.
It's flat. You kind of live in the Midwest out there. You do.
I kind of live
flat country.
I live 20 minutes away from where we're sitting right now.
Right, but it looks completely different. When I am in your neighborhood, it doesn't look like Rochester to me.
Shut up, it does. It looks like every.
No, when you open up your stupid mouth, it does. But if I just drive your neighborhood could be any place in the United States.
You mean like Rochester?
Yeah, even Rochester.
It feels like in most homes, dads are the ones that are going to make the call that it's time to go if something extreme is going to happen. If you were going to go into the basement yesterday, it was Dad that was going to make the call. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are you the extreme weather cop in your home if you're the dad? Because I don't think my wife would be ready to send the kids into the basement. It would have to be me saying, all right, we got to go right now.
Okay.
Like even the one that was touched down near us, I was following it a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I was following it, and I told my wife, we got to go in the basement now. And she like...
Because the alarms went off. I remember the phone went off and everything when that one happened.
Yeah, and my wife was like, no, we're fine. And I was like, no, I had to put my foot down. I was like, in the basement now. And she was like making fun of me for it until she saw what happened down the street.
Look at that.
Yeah, who's the weather champ now?
My wife does not pay attention to the weather. She asks me.
I kind of do the same thing with my husband. I don't know why.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'll check my app, but he is somebody that actually, like, will look at the radar and assess for himself, where I'm like, I just say what my phone tells me.
My wife will go,
I don't actually,
rain?
like, do the research.
Is the sun coming out there? I mean, I'm basically the weatherman of the house. I have a chart and everything.
You got the jacket for it.
I do.
And a half inch of glaze all over your... No, so Kimmy, let me ask you this. If your husband comes to you and says it's time to get the dog and go in the basement, are you going with him?
Yeah, probably.
You're not asking any questions?
Like, if
You're not
he
saying
was
he's overreacting?
because I kind of gauge, he doesn't ever really panic over anything. So if, like, I see that, like, he's panicked or worried about something in any way, I now am worried too.
Okay. Is your wife blindly following you into the basement if you go?
Yeah, I think so. But she'll want to do other things first. Like, I guess we got to get in the basement. All right, well, let me just finish this. I want to grab this, grab that. I want to bring some food down for the... I can see my wife not immediately going into the basement. Unless, like, it would have to be...
time.
There would have to be, like, trees flying around
But at that
for
point,
it to wrap it up.
it's too late.
Because I think my wife is like every wife. They don't wrap up things quickly. Like, I got to get this. I got to get that. I need a different pair of shoes. Yeah, it'll be a process.
It does help if you have a finished basement, right? Like, because there's actually stuff to do down there.
You can actually live down there for a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Wait, you have
like,
a finished basement?
yes, we have.
Ooh, I have a closet in the basement. I have basement clothes. I have my tornado outfit.
I don't have basement clothes. I have a portable rack of jerseys.
You have a basement
All
rack
of your
jersey.
prized possessions are down there,
Yes.
so
Yes,
all
they
of
are.
your stuff's gonna be safe.
Tornado proof, baby. Whose fault is that? I know, but like when the tornado came through, the basement wasn't finished. We had it done in the last like year and a half, right?
Yeah.
So like it sucked. Like we sat down there in a concrete floor with a bunch of concrete bricks around us. Like okay,
This is Kansas.
Yeah.
It's like a bunker.
Okay. Like, you're so nonchalant about something I know you were actually nervous about. I don't get why you try and play, like, tornado tough guy.
I don't think I'm going to get hit by a tornado up here. I lived in an estate that got violent ass weather all the time.
That's what happened. You said you're only in one hurricane. You can't even be, like, a tough guy in one hurricane.
But there was always a threat. There's always a threat. And I lived around a lot of lightning and a lot of thunderstorms.
And you're scared of that like a bitch.
Well, I wasn't until I moved up here and I got away from it, and I realized my brother and sister-in-law have no fear of lightning, and I do. Because I was in a car with them where it started to lightning, and I thought we were going to wait to get out. They were already out of the car. I mean, it was like, and they're just walking into the restaurant like it's nothing.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about all the insane weather yesterday here in central New York, from western New York all the way to central New York and everywhere in between. 18 tornado warnings just yesterday. 2 tornadoes, as far as we know right now, and they're doing investigations in other places. There may be other tornadoes that touch
Here's
down.
what's weird about this country as a whole.
What's that?
We're the only country that gets all of this.
Well, we're also one of the biggest countries.
No, but like China doesn't, Russia doesn't get it.
Russia,
the tornadoes.
I looked this up because I was
and
curious.
lightning.
Yeah, like we
Lead the league in
blow
all of it.
all the countries out of the water when it comes to the amount of tornadoes.
Yeah.
Which I guess I didn't realize that. Like I think second is like Canada, and they're like way under.
And the same thing with lightning. Like we lead the world in lightning.
But we're made for it.
I guess.
Like just exactly where we are, we're made for
yeah,
it.
it's something to do with just like the landscape.
And I'm sure there's other things that like European, Chinese, Asian, and like Eurasian countries have to deal with that we don't.
Earthquakes, probably.
Okay.
But we get those too.
Landslides? Avalanches?
we get those.
California gets
avalanche.
landslides.
Okay.
Like
yeah.
we get
I
everything.
guess you're right.
Yeah.
There's gotta
Snowstorms, like it could be 1,000 degrees in
All
one
types
end,
of weather.
and then it could be freezing someplace else.
be. Okay, but we're not going to get eaten by tigers or trampled by elephants.
No, but we have alligators, pythons,
Yeah, if you live in
crocodiles.
Okay.
Like we have tropical
All right,
man-eating.
look, there's got to be
We
something.
got bears.
We got bear.
They got bear. They got panda. They got Russian bear. Drunk Russian bears.
I know. I think we're the one country that has everything.
No, I'm saying I get that we have. No, there's got to be something. There's got to be something that happens in Asia that does tsunamis.
That's a hurricane.
No, it's not a hurricane. It's
It's
an
just a
earthquake.
hurricane, a
No,
tsunami, and a
no.
cyclone are the same thing.
Cyclone?
A cyclone.
Is it right in your cyclones?
Yes, I like to hit you with one in the face.
A tsunami is a wave that comes after an earthquake.
So we can get a tidal wave from an earthquake.
A tidal wave is there. No, but it seems to only happen in Asian countries or mostly.
All right, so they get the tidal wave.
Okay, no, it's a tsunami.
All right,
That's
so
a
they get
tsunami,
tsunami,
right?
Yes.
The earthquake and then the wave comes afterwards.
Or Tatsumi, I don't know.
Isn't that coffee tasting dessert?
It's delicious.
Okay, let's take a break. Everybody, hold. I'm sorry, we rambled too long.
Be careful. Look at the sky. Be careful out there.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're gonna bitch it out there.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And look, I'm saying this because I'm your friend. I'm your friend. Don't be this
You're
guy.
wearing that hat, you're going to give me fashion tips.
You can't attack me. Look, man,
We're not giving you fashion tips.
No, we're trying to keep your personality from becoming this thing that everybody hates. Because when you become this person, you're the most annoying person on the planet.
I thought I already was.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, your mouth doesn't even work. That's how annoying you are.
Worked last night on your mama.
But
She liked it.
Tommy has bought another hat.
Yeah.
And in buying this other hat, which he is about to debut here on the show, which you can see live happen on our live stream on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com.
This hat's going to blow you away.
YouTube and Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch.
I didn't get the one with the tassels.
You have moved. Yeah, okay, wasn't it because your mom was busy using them all up in my face last night on her boobs? You have now become this guy.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in The Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. He's reached a point of no return. From a man who said these were stupid, to a man who then argued he needed one for medical reasons, to now a full-blown douche.
But now I get it. I get the culture.
After making fun of it for decades.
And I was ignorant. And I apologize to my brothers out there.
There may be no saving Tommy Muley at this point, but it's possible that other men and women listening will hear us and take a lesson from this discussion.
Bringing style back?
That when you wear something that becomes your personality...
I can't even look at you with what you have on your head.
What? It's a baseball cap.
It's a story.
Man, no, but this isn't just
and
a
it's
story
not even
for
your
you.
story.
Oh, really? It's not?
It's not.
It's America's story.
It is, but you had nothing to do with it. Well, maybe one side of it.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. All right, here is your opportunity right now.
What's that?
Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. It's the break room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Tommy debuted his new hat 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And because Tommy is an obsessive dick, you bought a second hat.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right. I want to be clear to everybody.
What's that?
When you bought your first hat, you bought it because the argument was my wife, who's your dermatologist, said you needed to protect the skin on your head.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't realize you can get skin cancer on the top of your head.
Yeah, and you have like no hair up there anyway.
I am thinning out fast.
All right, so you finally came around to the idea of buying a hat for the summer, and you.
So I did my research. I didn't even look. I asked you guys. I measured my head. Turns out I'm a large. I got a large head.
And as much as you look like an idiot, and we killed you for wearing that hat, right? Fine, you have to have it for the summertime.
Yeah.
This is different.
But then I put it on. It was a game changer, Pat. It was a total game changer.
You want to go ahead?
Oh, you want to do it now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, why not?
I know. We got Bitch Voice Theater.
Well, I think the hat. We'll get to Bitch Voice
Well,
Theater.
I
if
guess
we
we'll
have
give you
time
more to work
for
with,
Bitch
right?
Voice
All
Theater.
right, let me pull this baby out.
Here is Tommy's second hat box. This is the stupidest thing.
It's a whole process
Yes,
too, because he's got his carrying case for the hat.
Well, you gotta have it, right?
So it's you gotta protect it.
No, you didn't, you idiot. No, you didn't. No, you didn't do that.
It's a fedora.
No, you
It is a fedora.
It's a fedora.
You look like you're gonna go solve a crime.
Oh, I know what the crime is. It's on the top of his head. Shut up. Shut up.
Styling, right?
You look like you're in that hit Broadway musical Guys and Guys.
I think I like the first one better.
But you don't hate it.
That hat sucks.
It's gonna take me a while to get used to this one.
It's dapper.
I can't tell if it's sitting on your head right.
Should be.
Is
I
it
had
supposed
it
to be like
sized.
straight?
Well, you could go like that, or you can tilt it down like that.
Okay, I think I like the tilt.
You look like a Canadian mounted.
I think it looks good. What do you think?
Tommy, all right.
You don't count.
I just can't tell if it fits your head.
It does.
Okay.
I had it fitted.
Okay. It looks like it's kind of like sitting on top. Put it
that's the
this
way
way. You are not wearing the hat. The hat is wearing you.
Oh.
Is that good or bad?
That's
though?
bad.
That's bad.
That's bad.
It's not good.
Okay.
You don't look comfortable in it yet.
Well, I'm also sitting in a high back chair.
Yeah.
We're friends, right?
The chair's not helping.
Yeah.
We're friends?
No, we're not. Screw you. What? Go ahead. Kill it.
You look like the dumbest idiot I've ever seen in my life. I can't even.
Well, then having you for a friend is perfect.
I can't even form words in my mouth. That's how stupid that hat looks on you right now. Don't.
Give me a cigar and a pair of sunglasses on the Rat Pack.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you have rat-like features.
Well, do you have your sunglasses with you?
Yeah, I have sunglasses.
Can we see it with the sunglasses?
Yeah, sure. Give me a second.
Okay.
Take your time.
Talk amongst yourself.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What are you... Tommy, stay with me, Tommy. Stay with us. Tommy walks over to get his sunglasses there. Kimmy, do you have... How much of a... Okay, now she's abandoned me too. I'm all on my own here. I just don't understand how...
Okay, I like it with the... I do like it with the sunglasses. It's a
No,
vibe.
you idiot! You look like every...
Oh, is
He's
he
looking at
looking
himself in the mirror. Have you not looked at yourself with the sunglasses in the head? He pointed at himself. He pointed at himself in the glass. You look like every busted comic trying to do a Blues Brothers cover show. What is wrong with you, man? Why do you do
I
this?
think it looks good, man.
I like it with the shades.
See? It kind of brings it together.
Yeah.
Give me a cigar
It
and a
does.
cocktail I look like the man.
You need accessories for your accessory.
You know what I look like? I look like a guy who owns a resort.
No, you don't.
I can walk around my own resort.
No, you don't. You look like a guy who owns a cheap golf cart. That's what you look like.
Those guys are cool too.
Second-hand golf cart guy. Come on, with the sun like.
Kimmy likes it.
I like it with the song. I have to give him props.
See?
For the props.
This is so stupid.
Listen, winning over 50% of this room is 100% score.
She's just being nice.
No, she's not.
No, I would be honest. If it
not.
was embarrassing, I would let you know.
Well, thank you, man.
It's not embarrassing.
See?
It's just we're not used to it yet.
That's all. It just takes time, man. All great things take time.
I think it's tough to be. It is very rare to find somebody who can transition into hat guy.
We haven't found him. We haven't found him. Bro, you look like a train. That looks like a stovetop engine on your head.
Kimmy likes it.
God.
Kimmy likes it.
You look like a Union soldier.
But
Those
the
guys
thing
are
is,
great.
but I do wonder though, because you look like you should be outside.
Yes, of course. I'm wearing sunglasses.
No, like your wife should kick you out for having that hat on.
So like when you're going places, you're going to be wearing the hat to and from, but like, are you going to take it off when you're indoors?
No, leave it on.
No, you have to take it off.
Yeah.
The polite gentleman thing to do is take your hat off.
Because you don't see a lot of guys wearing it indoors.
That was the 1940s.
No, I mean, look.
You can wear a hat inside. Now. You wear a hat inside. You literally wear winter caps inside.
See, it's different. Baseball caps and winter caps can stay on inside. If you want to be dapper gentleman, the hat has to come off. Cover comes off
if it's
inside.
the 1940s, I'm catching a train.
I love how you say it's not the 1940s. In that hat.
I'm gonna listen, man.
I figured out what caused the Great Depression because I'm a lot more depressed having to sit with you in that hat. All right.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're going to take some calls.
All right.
And then we're going to get into, just hold it to your ear, you idiot.
Well, I can't.
You could, it folds out.
Well, yeah, he's going to ruin the hat.
Oh,
if
God. Here
we
we go. Oh, no. Hat's got to come off. Oh, no.
I don't know. I'm not used to all this.
Let's talk to Jeremy. He's on CMF. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
You know, when Tommy just had his regular glasses on, he did look like a distinguished gentleman. It's very striking. He looked like he was standing next to a priest, ready to open the ark and have his face melted off.
That was a great movie. I believe that was a blockbuster.
And Tommy, the other thing is this.
What was that?
You look so stupid.
I think it looks good.
Oh, no, we got more calls
right.
coming. There's more of our regulars that want to talk to you about the hat.
All right, hold on.
All right, do your thing. The hat has to come back on because he feels
I gotta figure this out.
All right, Kimmy, what you were going to say? I'm sorry.
I will say, based on this early reaction here on social media, people are loving the they like second hat better than first hat.
Well, it's more old school. The name of this hat is called Old City Fedora.
That makes sense.
What? That's cool.
Bro, when you're holding your headphones like that, you look like...
I think I prefer the press club.
No, you look like Frank Sinatra Jr.
That's a great guy.
Really? Not up until this point, whenever you talked about Frank Sinatra Jr. I'm talking like my dad talked over the songs.
Give me a cigar, and it completes the picture.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good
man.
to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, no, it's not. Tommy still looks like an idiot in his hat, but this time he's still in his dumb jazz band from the West Side, which is Tommy Two Stars and the Italian Sorted Band, but this time they're playing at the Pittsburgh Mendon Upper Crust 1% Fest.
Oh, my God, Ben.
Oh, Jesus.
Gee, what are you doing?
That was like an
man.
epic. That was painful to watch you fail this time.
That joke
How
was
are you
stupider
watching?
than his hat.
Yeah, I tried.
Did you?
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Ben. Have a good rest of the day. We're going to take one more call.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think
gonna,
we should.
That's not going to
Yeah, that
before
was
we get into the conversation. Mike's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I'm trying to get some tickets to Mama San's over there. hey, baby. Hey, when am I going to get inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame?
No, he's right. He is right. That is a Wheeze hat. That's it. I learned it from watching you hat.
Come on.
Oh, my God.
Well, they did have those pork pie hats, too.
Yeah?
But I didn't think I could pull it off.
No, not like this one.
Yeah, I think this one
It
I
is-
pull it up better.
It is weird where you draw the line.
Hey, that's got the brother written all over it. Hey, you guys have a great day.
Great talk, Mike. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay. All right. This hat that you have on now is not a protection hat like your first one was.
Well, yes, it covers my hair.
No, because you said this is a winter hat. You said this.
Well, you can wear it. You can wear it any time. It's more of a seasonal hat.
Here's what I'm saying. Yeah. You bought that hat because you're now a hat guy.
I think I am.
And you've made.
I think I've embraced the hat.
You've made one of the biggest clothing mistakes a person can make.
What's that?
You have now let a piece of clothing define your personality.
But it's getting rave reviews.
No, Tommy.
I get nothing but positive feedback.
I have not heard. Kimmy's the only person that's complimented you. Jeremy said you look like an idiot.
But they say that all the
Ben said you look like an idiot.
Okay, they say that all the time.
Dude, Mike says you look like an idiot.
Mike says that all the time.
Bruh. Look, we all have someone in our lives that lets a piece of clothing define their personality. Maybe it's leather jacket guy who doesn't go anywhere without his badass leather jacket.
I know a guy that bought a leather jacket.
I do too. That's funny you say that.
He lost weight, and the first thing he did was buy a black Fonzie leather jacket.
Is it part of my personality?
It was when you initially
started it one time.
And you came strutting in here like a leathered up peacock.
Leathered up peacock.
And you kept bringing it up too. You're like, you had to give us a whole background on the leather jacket.
He pre-sold it.
Maybe it's unique band tee guy.
I think you're a little jealous.
I'm jealous of what? Looking like a moron? Look, you've become that guy.
I feel like I should save this because we don't know if one day you also become hat guy.
I'm not going to be that guy.
Well, you are a hat guy. You wear ball caps constantly.
Baseball caps and what you're wearing are two completely different things.
I mean, you're right. But you're a hat dude. No. Like you have multiple hats that tell stories.
Yeah, that's true.
You wear.
You're not gonna side with him.
You wear
that hat.
Listen. Between the two of you, you have had to explain your clothing more than he has.
Only because you ask. I don't like point out.
But you wear clothing that tells a story.
Okay.
You wear historically connected clothing.
I am wearing a T-shirt and a ball cap today. You're
a
wearing
ball cap that is a tribute to the Negro League.
No, it is a Negro League baseball
hat.
Yeah,
right. That's a story.
But I did not come in and be like, "Hey guys, check out my Negro League baseball hat."
Why are you wearing it?
Because I like the hat.
Because you want me to ask you questions about that.
No, I did not want you to ask me questions about that.
Well, I understand baseball. I'm a sports guy.
You look like
I'm personal friends with Mike Catalana, Hall of Famer.
You look like someone who would be covering the Negro Leagues in that hat. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy?
My name is Tommy, and I bought a hat that crapped out an 8th grader. Tommy, you look like Smokey the Bear Jr. I mean, with a hat like that, you get a free bowl of soup. But it looks good on you.
You
know what this hat is creating?
What's that?
Bad comedy. You are right.
Tommy, you look like an extra from the Catskills Resorts from Dirty Dancing. That's all it is.
Ah, Barber.
You
had 3 shots, buddy, and now you're out. 3 strikes and you're out, buddy. Have a good rest of the
day. Go buy
a
hat.
Leanne doesn't have jokes. She's just got opinions. She writes us on Instagram. Absolutely no one can wear a fedora and not look like a douche. And she's right. When you put a fedora on, you look like a douche.
You look like the man.
No, you don't look. Yeah,
a
man that is a douche.
But I don't mind being a douche.
Douche man.
We're both douches.
I mean,
no, speak for yourself.
This is a douchey show.
Did anybody look at Tommy and not think he was a douche?
Right. I've been dressing like
crocodile
a douche.
shoes.
I remember I used to wear those Eurotrash shirts with the high collars and the loud jackets.
Yeah.
The pointy shoes.
Mm-hmm.
You look like a Batman villain. Like, seriously, you look like a campy Batman villain. The Diddler.
Oh, your mom's in town? Like to get into that cave.
252 WCMF. Tommy has his new hat. It's a new hat. This is not a hat of protection like he argued with the first one. He's now become hat guy, and he's wearing sunglasses with the hat.
Well, I told that was I'll take the blame for that.
And
I told him to.
It blew up the hat.
Did it blow up the hat?
Thank you, milady.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Keith. Hey, Keith, what's going on, buddy?
Not too much, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
Good.
So Tommy, I got something to say to you, buddy.
Yeah, go ahead.
That first hat you wore was fantastic. This hat here makes you look like you need a black veil and a black dress at a funeral.
Yeah, you're right. He looks like a hang around at a mob guy's funeral.
It is an Italian hat.
Absolutely.
Keith,
Thanks,
buddy. Have a good rest of the day. You look like every background guy in the picture of Oswald getting shot.
Again, nothing but history. Nothing but unbelievable history.
History, and it's got the brown ribbon on it.
It does, yeah.
You know what I think is going to be what we should look for, put it that way.
What's that?
Will you become a trendsetter for other guys your age? Like if your friends or family start dressing like you, or they say, I like that hat, and then you start to notice more hats like that.
So it's already happened.
No, shut up.
Okay.
So my oldest brother, the one I crap on the most, my 78-year-old brother, I put that picture up during the holidays of me smoking a cigar in the other hat. My brother calls me up. He goes, where'd you get that hat? And he goes, he wanted me to send him all the links to all the hats because he wants to get a hat now.
Okay, can I ask
And
you
he's never been a hat guy. Never. I don't think I've ever seen my brother wear a ball cap.
You are a fashion influencer for men over the age of 60.
I mean, this hat screams I'm an Italian going out for coffee.
No, but here's the problem.
What's that?
You constantly make fun of both of your brothers for the way they act and the way they dress.
I do.
So if they think that you're cool for wearing that, what does that tell you?
I don't know yet.
No, you know.
What does it mean?
You know what that means?
It mean,
it means you
Einstein?
look like an idiot. Because if you think your brothers look like idiots and they like the hat, algebraically, logically, you're an idiot.
No, he's going to get mad because they're not going to wear it right. Like they're going to wear it and their shoes aren't going to match. You know what I mean?
You got to be styling. You got to match.
Did you match your shoes with the ribbon on purpose?
Well, I
this
dressed
morning?
up nice today.
And the
Casual
jacket
nice.
matches the color of the hat.
Oh yeah, it all go, this is all pre-planned.
You look like you're trying to kill Roger Rabbit.
Oh, excuse me. I couldn't put on my best Bitchel and Ness shorts and come to work today.
Bitchel and Ness. Bro, how could you ever? You can never insult me for anything I wear again for the rest of my life.
And it's age appropriate, too. I'm 65 years old. I'm a senior citizen.
Okay.
I got a nice old man hat. Like, it covers up my ugly ass head a little bit. I think I put the glasses on. You don't see my baggy eyes. It kind of like, it smooths me out a little bit.
You look like Joe Kennedy on his worst day.
By the way, I would take Joe Kennedy. He was the richest Irishman ever.
This is purely a summer look, right? Like
No,
you can't
he
pull
said
this
this is
off
his
in the
winter
winter.
Summer,
hat.
fall. you
Okay.
know.
All right.
Yeah. Like, I would wear this, like, up through October, you know.
All right.
casual.
All right. Let's take a break. Again, if you missed it, you can go to our YouTube page, The Break Room, WCMF, and see.
I'm going to
Tony's
get
hat.
calls for where did I get this? Where do I get that hat? You wait and see.
Okay. We haven't got one. We've got nothing but insults. We've got no
The
Twitter.
insult, but it moved people. The hat
It moved
moves
people?
people. Think about that. When's the last time you put on something where it moved people? It created energy. That's a hat, buddy. That's a magic hat.
Okay.
Tommy and his magic hat.
Again, YouTube, The Break Room, WCMF, if you want to see Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Let's take a break.
Okay.
It's taken almost like 20 years.
What happened?
Over 20 years.
What?
But finally, an idea by the state of New York to remove all Native American mascots from schools.
Oh, yeah.
It's officially done. It's finished. They're all gone. And with the finishing touches happening over the last couple of months, Tommy, schools dropped the ball.
Oh.
Big time. Because you had an opportunity to be whatever you wanted to be.
Yeah, you can create anything you want.
Exactly. And look, every little town and village, school district has history from their area that you
you're
could
known
have
for
embraced.
something.
Yeah, exactly. So why did only one school do it? We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This was a controversial move with some people when it came down.
What happened?
But it also gave, Tommy, school districts across New York State a chance to fully embrace the town, village, district's history and identity.
Yeah.
Now that the dust has settled, it seems these places have dropped the ball big time.
What happened?
And maybe there's a reason why all of these new mascots are so lame.
Maybe we're not very creative as a people.
That's what it kind of seems like. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. By the way, we are smack dab in the middle of concert season. Santana.
Ooh.
He's coming to the Santana and Counting Crows, which, can I tell you, Counting Crows are one of my guilty pleasures.
Really?
They're a good band.
Round here.
By the way, if Santana picks you, you're a good band. Because that's like the top shelf.
Santana and Counting Crows, they're coming to the Empire Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse on July 24th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com, but you can head to our contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets. Go see Santana and Counting Crows out there in Syracuse. WCMF.com. Best of luck from your friends here on CMF. So all the way back in 2001, the New York State Department of Education called on all school districts across New York State to stop using Native American imagery in their school mascots and nicknames. And time went on.
Yeah.
Guidelines were established. Lawsuits were filed by some places that didn't want to change to try and reverse the guidelines. And now, after over 20 years,
20 years.
It's been 20 years.
Yeah.
Finally, all of the high school mascots in New York State that had Native American imagery have changed their mascots and names with new mascots and team branding.
Okay.
And people, when this finally came down, looked at this in one of two ways. Tommy, there were people that were upset and thought this was erasing their town's history.
Yeah.
And we saw that across the state in school board meetings where people got very, very angry.
Because the way they considered it their identity, the town identity.
Yep. And then there were folks who saw this as a way to create new identities that would embrace the history and uniqueness of their town, schools, and citizens.
All right.
Well, it turns out the second thing didn't really happen.
Because we ain't too creative?
So News 8 put together a list of all of the schools in New York that changed their name away from the Native American stuff. And if we're being honest, almost all of them are super lame.
Yeah.
Everybody's a war eagle.
Well, that's just it.
Yeah.
Of the 38 school districts they list that changed their name, 12 of them changed their name to some kind of hawk.
Right. And you know what's going to happen? Some guy's going to get busted trying to bang a hawk, and then we're going to have to change that. Because the Hawks are going to be mad.
So I wonder, like, because you're right, like it always seems to like rotate between like
Bird.
5 different things, and they're all like similar logos too. So is it just easier for a school to like pick something that's already like preset, like you pick the name and the logo's already kind of designed for you?
252 WCMF 252-9263. I would get that idea 30 years ago.
Right.
But like now it's so easy to create
I know.
a logo and design it and have it printed.
But it seems like everybody sticks to the same like cookie cutter stuff.
So of the 38 schools, we told you 12 of them changed their name to some kind of hawk. 5 more went with eagles, as you brought up. So almost half of them are bird themed.
Yeah.
And as you go down the list, the names are standard and uninspired.
Like your tiger.
Bulldogs, Wildcat, Storm, just boring, run-of-the-mill, pick a picture from a jersey company, get something made, names. Kimmy, these schools had a chance to do something very cool.
You could have been, one of a kind if you came up with like the right name.
And
right?
like, here's the thing: every town, village, etc., they have history attached to them.
Yeah, they do.
Something unique.
Like we found out there's a bunch of rattlesnakes here, right? Like nobody wanted to be like a rattlesnake.
Why would these schools not embrace that? And I'm even talking about deeper than like a local animal. For example, there is one school in New York State that had to change that seems to have gotten the assignment right. The Oneida City School District was the Indians. They changed their name to the Express to honor Syracuse legend Ernie Davis.
Oh, that's cool.
He went to school there.
Great name.
And it's a very unique and cool way to teach every kid that walks through that hallway about someone who changed the way that everyone looks at certain things, right?
You're learning something in the process.
Exactly. Yeah. Like Ernie Davis's story is absolutely amazing. So amazing.
Well, they made
a
movie.
A major Hollywood picture, right? If you look at the schools in our area that had to make the change, Avon went from the Braves to the Riverhawks. Is there something you
kind of sticking with the bird though?
Right. Yeah. Okay. But are there a lot of Riverhawks in Avon?
I don't even know what a Riverhawk. I don't know the difference between a hawk and a Riverhawk unless it's just a hawk standing in a river.
Well, no, a Riverhawk is around a river.
But
they only hang at rivers? They don't leave?
Avon? Is there like a known river?
Oh, yeah, the Genesee.
I mean, everybody knows, but it goes through like everything.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's the only river I can think of that would be there.
Like, if you look at the history of Avon, they're a town that has a rich history of mineral springs that used to bring people in from all over the country.
So you could be the mineral springs.
They were a town influenced big time by railroads, Tommy. They're also the hometown of Tom Walls. So why would you not go with something like the Engineers with a big-ass train?
Or Rail Splitter.
How about the Shakes with a big, goofy milkshake? That would have been way more fun.
The locomotives?
Yeah. But, like, even if you went with the Shakes, Kimmy, you know that the best college mascots are the silly ones, right?
Yeah.
Everybody buys that merchandise.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So Canandaigua, they had to change from the Braves.
Right.
They went with the Gray Wolves. And that was narrowed down. Well, their 5 choices were Gray Wolves, Bears, Cardinals, and then a no nickname.
But you have this enormous lake, and there's a million things there.
It could have been the Lakers.
There you go.
Works perfectly.
Yeah,
By the way,
they're pretty good.
We found out a couple of weeks ago that Canandaigua Academy is the oldest running school in New York State, founded in 1791. You didn't want to do something with that? Did you know, Tommy?
What's that?
The man who lost the presidential election to Abe Lincoln in 1860 was from Canandaigua.
Who was he?
Abe Lincoln. They had those famous debates, the Lincoln-Johnson debates.
No, those were that was a state debate. That wasn't a presidential debate.
That was a presidential.
Oh, no, I think it was when he was running for something in the state.
It was in Illinois. He moved to Illinois from Canandaigua. Well, look, the bottom line is this. It's also, Canandaigua is also the site that Susan B. Anthony's trial for voting as a woman happened in 1873.
So what was your logo then?
The Killer Bees. And then you put like a bee with a Susan B. Anthony hat on it. That wouldn't have been cool.
Look at you.
Right? Like an angry bee with an old-timey hat. A nod to the woman who
but
gave
then old
women the
ladies
right
would
to...
get pissed off.
No, you're
You're
honoring
mocking
her.
me. You're making fun of the way I look.
I mean, the Canandaigua Killer Bees would have been great.
But maybe, I don't know, can you put killer in there?
Okay, bees. The Canandaigua Bees. And like an angry-looking Susan B. Anthony.
You can be the angry bees. You have to be a killer. You just
Well, I don't
be pissed
know.
off
Angry
bees.
bees.
Was she angry? Well, I guess she was angry. She couldn't vote.
She looked, every picture she looks kind of pissed off.
Like, you guys get where I'm going with this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No,
Like,
yeah, but yeah. Find something historical about that town or that place and build off of that.
And I don't know. It feels like it would have created more excitement where there was anger in some of these places. Because, like, we know a grown-ass person who was, like, buying merchandise that was complaining about Canandaigua having to change their name. If you're sad about the history being changed or you feel like it's being forced on you, why not embrace deeper history?
All right. I agree.
Thank you. Like, I mean, we highlight a few examples. Again, we're talking about News 8. Now that every school in New York State that had Native American imagery has officially changed their mascot and names. 38 school districts by list were put on News 8. They all have lame-ass nicknames, except for this Oneida school district that changed their name to honor Ernie Davis. There are some schools in our area that understood the assignment even without having to change their name from Native American imagery.
Oh, they got it right the first time.
Yes, for example, I always thought it was great that the town of Greece named their mascots after Grecian warriors. Spartans,
they
Olympians,
went with a
Trojans.
theme and they stuck to it.
Exactly,
Right.
but like, I mean, that says something unique about the
Well,
town.
except for Odyssey.
Well, you don't remember
They're
the
like
Greek snow
the
leopards?
Yeah. That one was kind of an outlier.
Rush Henrietta's the Royal Comets. Do you know why?
No.
That makes no sense. But it's a nod to the town's history. They had to combine 2 high schools together, and they took each of the nicknames and slammed them into each other.
So
But
there's a Royal Comets?
Royal
They should have went with the
Comets.
Jeffs. Like, embrace everything. I mean, that's your main source of income is that road.
Like, I would be fine if every school district in the state of New York,
It would be
Greater
kinda
Western
interesting,
area, right?
yeah.
Like, change it to something historical because there's something for everybody.
There you go.
And I don't know, man. Like, I think you would sell a ton of merchandise, not just to the kids that are going to school there, but to the people that want to embrace the history of where they live. I
Yeah.
would find it super cool. No?
Yeah, you could. I mean, plus there's also a lot of local heroes. You can take their last name and do it.
No, you're right. We're a very old community.
Right.
Every town has somebody that lived in that town that you could name it after or do something, a play on it. Like, I mean, I'm not even kidding when I say this. You know, Gates Chili is the Spartans, and that's fine, but it's just a pretty standard lame-ass mascot.
Yeah.
Lou Graham graduated from Gates Chili High School. He's about to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Okay.
What would you do with that,
I don't
though?
know. I mean, there's 1,000 things, right? The Gates Rockers with a logo of a young Lou Graham, like slamming something. You can do something with it.
Call yourself
Maybe-
Double Vision.
Well, no, you don't. I mean, concussion issues, Tom. But I mean, that's just one person,
Yeah.
right? Like, do something with this. Make it fun for the kids. Make it fun for the community. Make that football team, soccer team, basketball team something that everyone wants to get behind
right,
because
let's do
now
it.
it has the name of the people that made you who you are attached to it.
Town pride.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yes. Right? I don't know.
I guess, though, when you do that deep dive into history or you decide to center it around a person, there is always that chance that you learn something new about it that's not good.
Oh, I've never seen that.
So
Okay.
I guess, like,
All
in
those
that
people were nice
way,
back then.
in that way, you could just be setting yourself up to have to change it again.
Okay, that's a valid point. That is a valid point.
No, but then you just put that disclaimer. The opinions of this mascot do not reflect those of the community.
All right, valid point, but I do think we can agree that there are some people from this community that you cannot make the argument had anything controversial.
Far enough in history, you're saying?
Yeah, where you're not going to discover anything new about them,
Yeah.
right? Like, I mean, like whether it's Susan B. Anthony, whether it's like Frederick Douglass, someone like that. It's not like tomorrow we're going to wake
Yeah.
up and be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Right? They've been dead for long enough.
And you
there's-
know the history.
Exactly. Embrace it.
Mm-hmm. The killer bees. The fighting bees.
Fighting bees.
Or
I
the
know-
angry bees.
Angry Bee. That would have been great. I would have bought a Canandaigua High School Fighting Bee Susan B. Anthony hat Angry
There you
Bee
go.
t-shirt. Just an idea.
All right.
Let's throw it out there. Speaking of history, we're about to tell you something you were unaware of.
I didn't know.
Yep, a lot of people here in our community, because it turns out when it came to our nuclear arsenal in the United States,
Yeah. We got some?
almost all of it was here.
When? The arsenal?
Mm-hmm.
Why here?
I don't know. And maybe somebody does
Was it
listening. and they
passing through?
No. It lived here. It lived here. And it was a place that no one was allowed to go.
Oh.
Now, you have a chance to go check it out. The nukes are gone. But it's a once-in-a-lifetime, maybe, opportunity for some people to go see things that, had they gone wrong,
Really?
would have been very bad for all of us.
Wow.
We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. You know, we were just talking about the history of the places that we live.
Yeah.
And it is amazing on a weekly basis. We discover things we never knew about places right down the street.
Sure.
This is something that is a major part of recent American history that is also a little bit scary.
So what happened?
Well, if you would like to know the intimate details of this place, there are some people now that will have the opportunity.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Speaking of history, how about going all the way back in history?
Where are we going?
The Sterling Renaissance Festival.
Oh, that's way back.
It's back for their fun-filled theme weekends in 2024. You can visit the contest page right now, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Sterling Renaissance Festival, valid for one-day admission during the 2024 season. This all-ages, family-friendly festival offers a 360 experience with amazing sights, sounds, authentic foods, and the feelings invoked with the show.
Oh, it's ye old.
Saturdays and Sundays only through August 18th. Skip the lines. Order tickets online at sterlingfestival.com. Tommy, are you familiar with the Seneca Army Depot?
Yeah, so that goes back to what, World War II?
I think, yeah. Well, maybe even after that. Yeah. It's between Seneca Lake and Cayuga Lake.
Yeah.
It's about an hour from us. Fun fact. Did you know?
I did not know.
For over 80 years, the Q area of the Seneca Army Depot held America's largest stockpile of nuclear weapons.
Oh.
Like actual weapons that they could fire.
The largest stockpile of nuclear weapons, maybe in the world, existed an hour from Rochester.
Did not know that.
It's a little bit scary.
Yeah, it is.
Well, next weekend, for the first time ever, people will have a chance to go and check it out.
So what are they going to see? Because the weapons are all gone.
Yes, they are. A private company is offering tours of the now-closed Army Depot, including the igloos where the nuclear weapons were kept and the areas where they would be ready to get the nukes up and running at a moment's notice.
Damn. So wait, so they could have fired them from there?
Yeah, now I don't know if they would have fired them or they would have had to arm them there and take them somewhere, but World War III could have started at this place.
Look at that, at the Finger Lakes.
And you have a chance to go tour it.
And then do a wine tour after that.
Now, you would have been able to go see it if you wanted to, but it completely sold out a week before it was even supposed to happen.
Bro, this is like old man crack. You see that hat I was wearing?
Yeah.
You're going to see a line of those lined up to go see this stuff.
You're not wrong.
I would love to see this.
It doesn't bother you a little bit?
Yeah, but it's such a I did not know they had that kind of weaponry. I just thought it was like, bullets and machine guns. I didn't think they had end the world stuff. 252
WCMF, if anyone knows more about this, because we only have just, a few details. We can't get into the tour because it's sold out.
Well, don't forget, they did all that Army training up here back in World War II. Like, my dad was stationed in near Skinny Alice on Lake Geneva.
Hopefully not near the nukes.
He might have been. Who knows? I mean, there's a reason he acted like he did. But they trained those guys, the Navy. It was a naval training center in Geneva Lake.
Sure, and this, like I said, this one is right between two of the Finger Lakes, so that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
What would bring me some hesitation though is I don't know what chemicals are left behind in these places.
No,
I don't think you can clean that up. I think you got to wait that out.
The government
you know what I mean?
would not let you go near anything that would expose you to anything harmful.
I don't know how buttoned up they were about keeping that contained back in the day.
Well, so what's really strange to your point, Kimmy, is it looks like this whole property is owned by a private company because the place offers tours of two things specifically. White deer and this Army Depot.
Yeah.
So
and there's a reason why them deer are white.
No, but I mean,
has anybody looked into that?
I'm kind of with Kimmy. I'm afraid of what's still hanging around.
Yeah, what's in that soil?
It's 80 years ago. It's all gone by now.
I don't think so.
Radiation doesn't last.
We've seen cancer. Radiation doesn't last.
It goes away quick.
Look, I mean, you just look at what some local factories had going on and the cancer clusters that showed up in the greater Rochester area. I don't know how long that stuff goes on for. I'm kind of with her. What if you walk in this place, it's wow, and you go home and you're kind of glowing.
Here's what you do.
What?
You go in and out quick, and then it won't hurt you. And then close you just squint.
The other thing that's a little weird about this?
What?
I mean, if we had the largest cache of nuclear weapons just an hour from us, right, at this Seneca Army Depot, our enemies also probably knew that was there.
Oh, sure. They have the spies. Yeah, they do.
Which means, past Kodak and Xerox being major targets, right, it would have put a massive target on our area. And if they had succeeded, massive shiznit would have really hit the fan. That doesn't freak you out?
It does, but luckily we decided to piss away all this industry. So now nobody cares about us anymore. At one time we were worth killing.
No, but
now nobody cares anymore. What are you going to do? Ruin the Sabres postseason.
No, they've already done that for themselves. No, I mean, but that's a real thing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
but nobody knew this back then. Don't forget that. See, like nobody knew. Like my mother grew up in Auburn. I have my relatives there. They probably didn't know that.
Sure.
They just said it was an Army depot. I mean, it was probably fairly top secret, I'm guessing.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, the Seneca Army Depot, it's about an hour east of us between Cayuga and Seneca Lake. For over 80 years, the Q area of this depot held America's largest stockpile of nuclear weapons. It is now decommissioned. Looks like it's owned by a private company. And next weekend, a completely sold-out tour will be the first non-Army people to go in and tour the igloos and the places where they would have got the weapons together to fire them in case of World War III. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Not much. I worked there in high school.
Wait, in high school? What did you do in high school?
Well, I was in BOCES, and they came to BOCES, and they were looking for all these kids to fill all these positions for work experience.
Oh.
So I ended up working for the installation club manager.
So was it an Army base then?
Yeah. I worked for the guy that was in charge of the officers club, the NCO club,
That'd be
the
pretty
liquor
cool.
store, and the grocery store.
How cool was that job?
It was all right. And right across the parking lot, there was a little building, probably 20 foot wide by 30 foot deep. And I would watch close to 400 people every morning park their cars and walk in the front door.
But you didn't know what was going on.
Well, right behind it is where all the fencing was.
They'll keep you
So
out,
you
Jim.
had
Keep your punk ass out of
20
there.
ounce. You had a 20 foot high fence with all these lights on it. Then you had like a 15 foot gap between the fence with tire tracks for the Jeeps would drive. Then there was another fence with lights. And then there was a third fence in past that, and then it was nothing but grass.
So, Jim, let me ask you, now that you know, as a grown man, that you were that close to the largest cache of nuclear weapons possibly in the world, does that freak you out a little bit?
No, not really. I remember my boss telling me we had them there, but he never told me to what extent.
Wait, they told you, a teenage kid, that they had nuclear weapons?
By the way, BOCES, he was a C student
Well,
at
you
best.
kind of figured it out because you watched all these people go in this little tiny building, and they didn't come out for 8 or 9 hours. So where'd they go? They went down, you know?
Okay, all right.
Damn.
Oh, so wait, Tommy's mom was there?
Well, she was from Auburn.
Nuclear.
Plus, you look inside that fence, and there's nothing but mowed grass and street lights. What do you think they were doing? Protecting some top secret kind of grass?
All right, Jim, you're a brighter kid than I am.
silos in there.
Wow, they must have like TV down there. Hey, Jim, thanks for the call. buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Wow.
I don't know
How
how
about
you...
they let kids in there, man? That's how lackadaisical
Did-
we were about safety.
I was gonna
You're a
say-
C student? Yeah, go over by the nukes. Clean out, go weed over around those missiles.
Did he say when that was?
Well, he sounds my age.
Yeah,
Okay.
so maybe in the 70s, 80s?
60s, 70s?
No, 60s. He would have. Teenager in the 60s? He'd
Well,
in his
he could
80s.
be my age and older, like my brother's age.
My age and older. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be the 70s.
252 WCMF. It sounds like this tour has actually happened before.
Oh.
Because Larry's on CMF. Hey, Larry, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, Duff. Tommy, you're a dick, just so we know.
Thank
I
you.
listen to you guys every morning. I grew up in Geneva, and it was well known to be the world's largest nuclear weapons repository. And it was theorized that if somebody dropped a nuke on it, that Seneca Lake would boil instantly.
Because of all of the nuclear weapons that were already there.
It was all going up in one big bang.
Yeah, but the fish would have been all cooked. Nice.
Who's going to eat them, stupid? So, Larry, did you take this tour?
When I was probably a junior in high school, so back in the 70s, I did the tour. There's a train internal to the complex. You'd get on the train, and they would drive you all around the complex. There's an airstrip there. They dropped a C-5 Galaxy on it one time, and it turns out that the tarmac wouldn't hold the C-5, so the C-5 was stuck there for months. You could drive by it on, I think it's 414. You could drive by it and see the tail of the C-5, so they had to lengthen the runway and then reinforce it so that they could get bigger planes in and out. So there were nukes there, and there were small arms ammunition. So every time something would heat up in the Middle East, we'd start seeing these C-5s and L-1011s go over our house in Geneva.
Oh, okay. See, like
Man,
now...
they were bringing all the kids in.
This is
Come on
making
in, kids. Giving you a tour of
Come look at it.
who
Touch-
knows what.
Touch the bullets.
Okay. All right. Well,
Wow.
Larry, I'll ask you the same question I just asked Jim. Like, does it freak you out now as a grown man knowing how close you were to, like, the ultimate destruction of mankind?
No, it was just like my first sex. It was over within a second. You didn't need to worry about it.
Folks, And it boiled the lake, too.
Oh, she was boiling.
Larry, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, maybe this is a generational thing because you guys grew up during the Red Scare and all this stuff. Like, the idea that I could be living in the same town as the largest amount.
Just down the road.
That's insane to me.
Well, the thing about it, too, is like, it's one thing like the Russians would have hit it or something like that. I'm just thinking a simple human error.
Yes. Yeah, you're right.
Like somebody drops a wrench on something and all of a sudden
hits the wrong button.
The lake is now a lovely 1,000 degrees.
Man. All right, so this tour is sold out, and the folks who own this thing say they may be only doing this one time.
Why? It's sold out.
I don't know.
Interesting.
You know what they're doing.
Yeah, but it's working.
It's like the Stones. They'll be back next year.
The farewell nuclear tour? All right, let's take a break. Look, we're not breaking news here when we tell you it is hard to find a place to live around here.
Yeah,
and in fact,
everything's sold out.
Statewide.
Town's full.
Okay. The state of New York is going to try something.
Okay.
Well, they have a bunch of property and actually a bunch of buildings that they have no use for anymore.
Yeah, but they got to be raggedy as hell.
Well, that's just it. They're not just going to open them the wide open for people to walk into. They're going to transform these things into housing for everybody to go live.
Like affordable housing.
Some of it affordable, some of it just regular, straight up places to live.
Okay.
However, you will be aware of what these things were when you move in. And I wonder if people are so desperate for a roof over their head.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, bro.
We'll get into it. Tell you what it is next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We need places to live, Tommy.
Yes.
The cost of housing, both buying and renting, is through the roof.
Bro, it's insane.
The only way that changes
How?
is to build more places to live.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that takes time.
And building takes money.
You got it. And that has some folks trying unconventional ideas to speed up creating homes.
Hey, what kind of jackass am we doing now?
So here's the thing, Tommy.
You're trying to sell me on the container house and the mini house.
This would give people plenty of apartments to lay their heads down in.
Right.
The issue is what these apartments used to be. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF will jump right in it. How would you like to live in a prison?
Oh. So they're converting prison cells into apartments?
2 years ago, the state of New York.
I do like having the crapper right by the bed. And the crapper's also a sink. Like, it's all in one.
2 years ago, the state of New York put together a commission to look into redeveloping closed state prisons into places people could live.
All right.
And the first one looks like it's about to happen at the old Fishkill facility downstate. The prison would be converted into duplexes and triplexes. By the way, quick sidebar. Did you know triplexes were a thing?
They were in Florida.
Oh.
Okay. Well, this is what it would be. They would be 1, 2, 3 bedrooms. There would be 375 units to live in. And inside this community, there would also be like green spaces, parks, and places
Oh, you got
for
an
retail.
outdoor weight room, basketball/track.
But like this would be like an all-encompassing community.
Okay.
Like there
Right.
would be stores in there too.
It would look weird. I'm just trying to think of what it looks like. Because prisons are usually like, how do I get into my house?
Okay.
Do I have to like go through the guard shack?
Right, is this going to look like completely different, or am I going to walk in and kind of know what used to be here?
Okay, so they have a rendering of it, an
Yeah.
artist rendering of what it would look like. It looks really nice.
All right.
But if I told you this was once a prison,
You'd be like,
you would
"Oh, okay."
immediately see the buildings.
Okay,
like,
you
like
would-
the
yeah,
layout.
okay.
Exactly, because like some of it looks just like regular townhomes, and then like across the walkway, that's a prison.
Right.
That looks like a prison. Now, new housing is desperately needed, as
Right.
anyone looking to rent or buy right now knows very well.
Right.
And this isn't the worst idea,
No, I
seeing
mean-
as how you
No,
have a-
because it's already built.
It's already
Yes.
set up for people to live there.
Hey, you know that thing is solid as a sumbitch.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would you have an issue living in a former prison?
I mean, I guess not. I mean, if it's cheap
Okay.
and it works.
Now, here's the thing.
If it's nice.
It said like 20 to 30% will be affordable housing. The rest of it is just going to be, it sounds like market price housing. Whatever
Right.
housing costs, this is what it's going to cost. So,
But like the cost you to build a house now would be astronomical.
yes.
Right? And this is already built. They just kind of refurbed it.
Yeah, and they definitely refurbed it.
Oh yeah.
All right, but like,
What if they'll like? Because you can't clean everything up, right? I
Yeah.
mean, it's human nature.
Sure.
But what if they miss like one little thing that kind of reminds you of something horrible happened in this prison?
and there are lots of horrible things that have happened in every prison.
Right. But let's say they don't catch it all. Like there might be some, like you said, once that's in your head, you're gonna see the prison, even though it's not a prison anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Would that freak you out?
It might.
I mean, there are men and women that may have literally gone insane in these places.
Yeah.
And you're sleeping.
And that's
there.
and that's on the good side.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
but
I'm talking
you-
about the bad
No,
side.
I get you. I get
Yeah,
you.
but you're not freaked out by any of that kind of stuff.
Not really.
You say like people shouldn't worry about things like bad spirits and ghosts and all that.
Well, I
So
mean, I've been to a few
you-
prisons, so
But you didn't have to sleep
Right,
there.
right.
no.
You
No,
weren't
I was
living
glad to
there.
leave. Richard Pryor said it best, when he went to prison to see what it was, and he goes, "Thank God for penitentiaries."
Kimmy, would you have an issue moving into a prison?
I mean, if I went there and it was nicer than where I was living, I guess
You got the outfit.
I guess I probably wouldn't. I would try it.
So here's the thing. If this works,
Yeah.
and it looks like they're going full bore on this thing, there are actually a ton of places they can convert because since 2019, there are 10 correctional facilities statewide that have closed, including the Rochester Correctional Facility, which was a medium security prison. So if you have 10 places with around 400 units each, which is what this place would have,
Yeah.
that's 4,000 some odd apartments or townhomes that are all of a sudden on the market.
Yeah, do it.
Huge difference,
Because
right?
it's just going to end up being dilapidated.
Yeah, and it's costing you money just to keep it the way that it is. So
Right.
this is now bringing money in, but still,
And there's
man.
walls to keep your kids in at night, right?
Well, no, I mean, do you get rid of all that stuff?
I
I'm
know,
being
like, do you
serious.
have like a courtyard and?
Oh, there's a
Like,
yard.
I mean,
No, but like you bring up,
is it enclosed?
So I didn't. All I have is an artist rendering of the
Yeah.
inside of like what the courtyard.
Well,
would look
usually
like.
like the old prisons have those high walls, and new ones, like you said, it's more
Yeah.
like fencing.
Yeah, but like stone walls. To your point, like
Yeah,
I mean,
but it's like Attica is like it's what 60-foot walls.
That might actually make some people feel more comfortable.
That would
more
look kind of
safe.
weird. Like if you turning like Attica or Auburn into, because those are like old school prisons.
Yeah.
It's almost like an ugly gated community.
Yeah, there you go.
You know?
Well, I mean, Kimmy, when you get a chance, could you Google how long when Fish Kill officially opened? Because if it's an older prison, you're right, it would probably
It would look like that old school, like a real penitentiary where you put gangsters.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. The state of New York has decided to try to convert old prisons that they've closed down into places they can live. And the first one they're going to try is the Fish Kill facility, downstate, duplexes, triplexes, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, 375 places to live. And the rendering looks nice, but when they tell you this used to be a prison, you could tell it used to be a prison.
So if I'm reading this correctly, it was built in 1979 and it was opened and first occupied that same year.
All right, so it's more old, new school.
Yeah, okay. New school prison.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet. That sounds like a dead cover band name.
Oh no, hold on. But now this is saying, hold on. Maybe it was something. Was it something else before?
I don't know.
No, it says Fish Kill was constructed in 1896.
That's old school, baby.
That's cement
It began as a state hospital for the criminally insane.
Damn, this
That
is getting
changes
cool.
things.
Okay.
Dude, not only you violent, you crazy.
All right. That
right.
That would freak me out a
Well,
little.
okay, so that kind of brings us down this next road because there are places you absolutely would not want to live.
Okay.
Well, the state has other facilities it's closed as well. For example, the Rochester Psych Center has been a massive problem for decades here in town, right?
It's like a high rise.
It is. It's huge, and people have been breaking in, but they argue that taking it down is too expensive.
But bro, you could turn that into like really nice apartments.
If they found a way to save that building and convert it into, your point, high-end apartments, could you live in the former Rochester Psych Center?
Yeah, I mean, if it was a really nice apartments, why not?
That would freak me out.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know it. You'd be completely different.
No, you would because you're from Rochester. You would know what that was.
What if we put a brewery in it?
Ooh, whoa.
Crazy Town IPA. You crazy.
I don't think I could sleep in a psych center.
You would know.
You would know. You would know exactly what that was.
You would have like those bleak hallways and stuff and gurneys.
I wouldn't want to know what happened on this floor. You know what I mean? Like
Nothing good.
I would have too many questions about.
But that's any prison.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I
I
know.
mean,
That's
bad
why-
stuff happens in these places.
Yeah, you're
But
right.
like, I mean, the prison, you can make an argument if you want to not think about it.
You can
any
kind of talk
further.
yourself out of it. I
Yes,
don't know.
like these were bad at the most base. These are bad people that had to be locked away, so we had no other choice. Like
Right.
psych center, there's a whole bunch of shades of gray.
Didn't listen to their parents.
What about an old hospital? Those exist all over New York
yeah.
State,
Yeah.
right? Your apartment would be a couple old hospital rooms.
I mean, it's
a lot of
built
people
sturdy.
die there.
Yeah.
But like but people go to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are people at a certain age who go to the hospital to die. That wouldn't freak you out?
I do know. I had a father-in-law that they lived in an old funeral home.
Really?
He grew up in an old funeral home.
Okay.
Like it was converted.
Oh, that would be weird.
Well, he had nightmares, but he was also an alcoholic, so they don't really count. But like, I mean, but if it's like a really nice old house,
Well, but wait a minute. If there are family businesses, families that own
funeral
homes that
parlors, sometimes the
live
family
there.
lives
yeah,
there.
lives
Yeah.
in the funeral.
Yeah.
When I was,
But I guess that
a kid-
person didn't
Yeah.
die there.
Well, but the bodies are there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're draining the bodies in the
Yeah.
basement.
So no, when I was a kid, there were two brothers that my brother knew that they lived at the funeral home. They
Yeah,
owned the funeral
it's a
home.
family business, right?
But yeah, I mean the bodies are in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're in the house.
And they still, and they come through the front door.
Yeah.
Like when, and there's like
Right.
there's, in case you don't have those caskets they try to sell you and stuff. It's like
Yeah.
a showroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. How about this?
All right.
All right. So let's say the state has success with this. There are also some facilities where they've only closed down part of it, right? Prisons. Could you live in a place attached to an active prison?
Well, that would be different. 'cause
Yeah,
then you're
no,
right
that's-
next to violent people.
Well,
so
sure, but
no.
I mean, look, wherever you live, you could be right next to violent
I
people.
know, but now I'm for sure.
Yeah. Now I know what's
that
going on.
They literally have a name tag
By the way,
and a number
if I'm not mistaken, nationally, only 50% of inmates are in there for violent crimes.
at the beginning.
You're being that guy now.
Yeah,
You're being that guy.
You're gonna have to join a club.
What-
I don't know. No, I don't want that. But like, I could listen. I could. Let's say there was a house that where a famous murder happened or something like that. And
Yeah.
it comes up on sale. And it's like dirt cheap. I'm buying that house.
You're a
Yeah,
psychopath.
no, you are.
So let's say
You would almost seek that out.
no, but there's like famous. Let's say there was a famous mansion where something bad happened.
No, let's do it here. I got the perfect example.
All right.
And it fits into Rochester history. Let's say the home that Charlie Tan shot his father in.
And by the way, that's in a really nice community.
Yes, that's why I understand. Came up for sale, and it's half the price of whatever else it would have been.
Yeah.
You buying that house?
Yeah, that house is probably $700,000-$800,000.
Somebody's living there, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't knock it down.
Well,
Or she could still be living there. I don't know, but I mean, like,
true.
That house is going to go for sale.
I couldn't live in that house.
Let's say, all right, so the Menendez brothers. Right?
No, that's the ultimate
Hold on.
Can you explain to Kimmy who the Menendez brothers are?
I've seen the documentary.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, so these boys killed their parents.
Yes.
And they lived in a gorgeous mansion in Beverly Hills. I'll give you that mansion. $100K.
No, I couldn't do it.
Are you kidding me?
That was
Live in it for a day and flip it.
It was gruesome.
I'm going to
Not
flip
only-
this gruesome.
Not only would you,
It's
you
all
have to
cleaned up.
deal
The
with
shag carpeting's gone.
No, you can't get that out of shag.
I'm guessing like the more famous the murder, the more you're. Not only are you going to have to deal with the fact that something terrible happened here, also you're going to get like those people that just like to go take pictures of your house because of what happened there.
Charge them.
Now you're
Make
making
some money,
now
baby.
You're making money off a terrible tragedy.
That's what this country does.
And it's terrible. It's terrible. People who do that are terrible people.
It's America, baby. Could you live in OJ's house?
No.
Oh my God, that place is gorgeous.
No, I would not live in
Brentwood
OJ's house.
is like insanely expensive.
Okay.
That's probably like a $7 or $8 million house.
I say no. I couldn't do it.
Does somebody live there? Somebody's got to live there, right?
I'll put you in that house right now for $200K.
No.
You would pass on that kind of money.
I did. How many times do I have to say
It doesn't
no?
change what happened.
I understand, but I don't want to be a part of it.
You're not a part of it.
I
It
am.
didn't
I'm living in
happen.
the house. I'm in the house. I'm in the house.
By the way, that's probably the third owner of that house.
Okay, I don't want to be
I don't
part
think
of
they.
it.
I don't think they took his house down.
I don't know.
Knocked it down. Well, nothing happened at his house. It was
No, but the
Yeah.
it was all on television. We got great aerial shots we can show you.
Again, talking about this new program the state of New York is trying. A couple of years ago, they decided they were going to try to convert closed state prisons into housing, places for people to live, and not like just affordable housing. Like there is part of affordable housing. The rest of this will be just market housing. They're going to start with the Fishkill Correctional Facility downstate, 375 places to live. It looks really nice, but again, once you tell someone this was a prison, you could absolutely see it in the rendering.
So we got a tweet from Chuck who says there's an old insane asylum in Salem, Massachusetts that's been converted into luxury apartments and they're gorgeous.
You know what would be fun too for the kids? Halloween.
That wouldn't be fun.
Everybody's an inmate. It'd be cute. You're already in a prison. Everybody dresses up like an inmate.
Would you tell your kid that
Why
you
not?
live in an old prison?
Yeah.
Like if they didn't know? I don't know if I'd tell them.
All right, here's why you don't. Because when I was a kid, the house that we lived in Gates, a man killed himself in the living room. And we didn't know until we moved in.
So,
did you know as
so
a
your
kid
dad bought
growing
that
up?
house with the hole in the roof?
You make a joke? So our neighbor, we had been living there for a little while. I was like 5, 6 years old.
What a cursed house.
He tells my dad, like, like the guy that lived there before killed himself. And he walks in the living room and he points up and you could see where the ceiling had been patched with the bullet going through.
Yeah. So did it bother you?
Yeah, it bothered me.
Oh.
As a kid, it did.
Well,
I mean,
I guess that would kind of freak you out.
Yeah. Guy was standing in this spot and blew his brains out.
Yeah. That's a lot to take in, I guess.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the worst of your childhood.
I mean, I get the omen was there, I guess, from the beginning. Laura writes us on Instagram. We were talking about converting the Rochester Psych Center. Could you live there? She says, my mom started working at the Rochester Psych Center at 18. Her and other employees lived on the grounds there.
Oh. But it was just a job back then, probably.
Okay.
I mean, probably you had to go out there and round them up at night when they got too close to the fence. I just picture like people in like white gowns walking around like zombies or something.
So you're thinking of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's
Yeah,
Nest.
kind of like that. Well, that was kind of based on a true story.
Okay. All right. Let's take a break.
All right.
We're talking about not wanting to be at a place where people died. What if I told you you could live forever?
Well, okay.
There are some people that believe that can happen. Not that they won't die, but they will die and be able to be brought back later.
Oh, like Ted Williams.
That's exactly what we're talking about here. And although this was once a pseudoscience that most people laughed at, it turns out it's getting more and more popular. So much so that rich people that are doing it are financially planning for the distant future.
Okay.
Bro, it's a story this week in Bloomberg, and it's one of the funniest damn things you will hear.
But they're serious.
Why would you want this?
I don't know.
We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. One day we're all going to die.
Oh, let me write that down.
Happy Thursday.
Yeah.
Well, normalized people like us, we're going to die. If you have money, it turns out you can never die.
Wow.
If you don't want to. And if you have the chance to come back in the future, you're going to need money to support your new self.
Yes.
All of this comes together in what will be the weirdest story you hear this week.
So what's happening?
Budgeting for when they thaw yo ass out.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45. Big day today, buddy. Huge day today. A day that people look forward to all year long.
Wait.
July 11th.
That was July 11th.
July 11th.
You say it 10 times louder. I don't know what it is.
You can get massive free stuff today at one particular place on July 11th.
So, but do I have to, have ID or something?
God, you're an idiot. We'll get to it just after.
Well, you keep saying July 11th.
That's where you can go. 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. So there's a story this week in Bloomberg. Ever heard of it?
It's a big money mag.
It is. Tommy, you're familiar with cryogenic body freezing?
Yeah, they did it to Ted Williams, the famous ball player. They froze his body or his head.
His head. They cut his head off and froze it. Now, for those who may be unfamiliar with this, the idea is when you die, they freeze either just your head or your entire body. So that down the line, if they come up for a cure for whatever killed you, or they invent a way to reanimate people, you can now wake up and continue to live in the future.
I'm back.
You got it. So
with a little freezer burn.
This technology, I guess you would call it, has existed for decades, but most scientists looked at it as a pseudoscience that wouldn't actually work.
It's never really been tested because we've only froze people, and that's it.
Yeah, you got it. It's only existed since the 1950s, 60s, right? And I don't even want to know what 1950s frozen guy looks like compared to now.
Yeah, stuff it in those trays.
So no one is sure how this would work, like you said. How, if it did work, what a human life would be like if you could unfreeze them and bring them back. But it turns out, at least according to this article, it's becoming way more popular.
Oh.
So popular, in fact, that wealthy people are financially planning for it.
So they're setting money aside?
Not to be frozen, but afterwards.
When they wake up.
So they're kind of like frozen assets.
Kind of assuming that same money is going to be circulating.
Okay, so let's break this down.
Well, it'd be like having a 401k for your thaw.
Yes, so Tommy, you know how you kiss up to your rich elderly relatives in the hopes they put you in the will? Well, one lawyer they talked to in this article who says he's worked with over 100 people doing this.
Wow.
Say they are keeping their money. So when they are brought back in the future, they are not poor. And we're not making this up. You can.
How pissed are their kids?
No kidding.
Right.
You're saving money that's going to go to absolutely no one.
Sit in a bank.
All right, let me ask you a question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would either of you, if it were an option, consider freezing yourself to be woken up in the future?
No, I don't think it works. I think it's a scam.
Okay. But let's say they were just going to do it to you for free.
All right, but even the thought of that is not going to be as great as you think.
Why is that?
So let's say if I die now, right, and they freeze my ass body.
God willing.
All right, and now it ain't going to be the same, man.
How so?
You ever freeze anything and then take it out later and have it? It just doesn't have the same pop to it anymore. You know what I mean?
You're a little stale.
Like take a steak, raw steak, throw it in the freezer, and eat it in 6 months.
Okay.
It's a steak, but
No, I disagree. If you can get the good people in Omaha Steaks to freeze you, you're going to taste just as delicious as the day they package
all right,
you.
there you go. I don't think. I mean, if it legitimately worked, like proven, but who wouldn't sign up for it?
But there's no way to know.
I wouldn't.
Right.
So, wait, you wouldn't do it even if it legitimately
Even if
worked?
I came out perfectly fine, because let's say, because you're doing this after you died. And let's say you died in older age, right? Where your body is just not physically able to do much anymore. You're going to come back as your old self. And
you're just picking up where you left off.
And I think, let's say it's in the future and your money doesn't go as far as you thought it would, and what do you do for a living? Your old job's not there anymore.
Good point.
I don't know how
$1,000 for it.
What is the quality of life going to be when you wake up, I guess is my question.
Okay, so there's a lot to get there. Let's start with the money, right? It is a little bit funny that these rich folks are trying to keep their money because, first off, being alive and being poor for them is like the worst thing they can think of.
Right.
So much so that they're trying to have a 401k for their future selves.
Right.
But even funnier, Kimmy, to your point, the money that you woke up with wouldn't be worth anything. Because even if we're using the same money that we use today when you wake up, which is not a guarantee, it would still be worth a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what it's worth today.
Okay.
Think about what a home, clothing, food
where do you
cost
live? Where do you
200
go?
years ago. Yeah. Think about what a home food clothing cost in the 1960s. Those couple of $1 million you stashed away to save when you wake up may not last you a week.
Yeah, but get a nice tank of gas. Get out of town.
With a
What
car you
car?
don't drive. And by the way, we're not going to be driving with gas cars in 200
By the way,
years.
you also don't know what the world's going to look like.
Yeah.
in 30 years.
Great point.
Right.
So let's talk about that. Think about the world 200 years ago in 1824.
Right.
Right? If somebody from 1824 woke up today,
They'd be crapping themselves.
and not only that, they wouldn't fit into our society in any way. You would have a hard.
There'd be a few folks that would embrace them.
You would have a hard.
That's my kind of thinking. Yes.
Let's leave Wham out of this. Look, they would have a hard time communicating at first, right? They would be completely confused by the technology, what the world
money
looked like.
doesn't really exist anymore, like in your hand.
How about countries that exist?
Yeah.
Simple countries that exist. What we value, what daily work is, nothing would be the same. And that's only 200 years, which is a relatively small blip on the human.
Yeah, you'd probably be automatically arrested.
I don't get the draw to this, even if it works to a charm.
Right. But everybody wants to live forever. And it's not even that. Like you said, you're extending a life, kind of.
I feel like also, if there was like technology that, it reversed your aging during that process.
Oh, that Mel Gibson movie from the 90s?
Yeah, like if I came back as like a younger version of yourself, like who wouldn't sign up for that? At least it gives you a little bit of a fighting chance.
No, but even that
I don't think you want to come back anyway, to your point. Like, I don't think, living a long life, you can live too long. Like, when I see those people that live to 100, it doesn't look fun. You know what I mean?
All their friends are gone.
Everybody's gone. Everybody you knew is gone.
That's true, too.
Like, it doesn't look like I remember going to see my old man in a nursing home, and he was a rarity that he was an older man in a nursing home. It was mostly women. And my brother would go talk to them. There's nobody here. Because the guys that hear you, they can't hear, or they're zombies. He used to call them a bunch of numbnuts. And he just said,
What's that make him, by the way?
Right, King Numbnut, King Nut.
You also may not want to see what kind of legacy you left. Like, because that might be exciting for some people to see, like, what my great-great-great grandkids turned out to be. And if they're not what you thought they'd be, or it's extremely disappointing.
Yeah, I think most
Maybe
people
you're
are
just better
below
off
average.
not knowing.
Below.
No,
not bad, but below. Most people are below average.
Most people are average based on what average is. You can't have most people below average because that would change what average is.
I think we moved to below average.
The math doesn't make sense.
Could you be below average?
If you're average below, no, shut up.
You're low below. Yeah, I mean, most people would be.
Did you really just say the sentence? Most people are below average.
Yeah, like low below.
No, that. Oh, you're so stupid.
So you say my grandparents would be disappointed?
100%. Although I don't know, one of your distant relatives married an underage woman, knocked her up, and left Louisiana.
That was my grandfather.
Maybe not.
All right.
He would like your hat, though.
Oh yeah, he'd fight for that hat.
That is definitely knocking up a teenage girl in Louisiana kind of hat. 252 WCMF 252-9263. An article in Bloomberg this week talks about how cryogenically freezing you, to try and bring you back later has become way more popular. So much so, a lawyer they talked to in this article says he's worked with over 100 people who are trying to figure out how to keep their money so when they are eventually brought back in the future, they are not poor when they wake up.
So somebody's like managing their investments after they're gone. They don't sell them off to the kids.
Yeah, it turns out that there's like this rule that I guess you can only keep your money around for 100 years or something like that, and he's trying to find loopholes in which it could last 1,000 if it needed to.
All right.
Like, again, that's going to be a thing that happens. Kimmy, I asked you off air if you could look up celebrities that had been cryogenically frozen, because you brought up Ted Williams.
Ted Williams, and I thought it was Walt Disney.
Walt Disney is a wives' tale.
Yeah,
he's
not listed.
Oh.
Yeah, but who we got?
So you have Ted Williams and his son, John Henry Williams.
He was a scumbag. Okay.
So the next people listed are engineer and doctor Stephen Coles.
Okay.
Economist and entrepreneur Phil Salin.
Don't know that guy.
And software engineer Hal Finney.
Never heard of any of them.
But those are like it says other notable people.
Those are the most notable
Then it drops
people?
off after that.
Other than Ted Williams.
Only one guy batted 400.
By the way, Ted Williams just froze his head.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense. What are you attaching it to?
I guess maybe the idea is I can put this brain in another body.
But that doesn't sound pleasant.
All right, let me ask you a question.
All
right. So It turns out the future is amazing.
All right, so we figured it all out.
Everything, world peace, everybody's prosperous. There's plenty enough for everybody. It's just constant entertainment all the time.
All right.
And you can come back 500 years from now, but as only your head. Would you say yes?
Well, what's my head stuck on?
You're like in a jar, and you have like wheels that'll wheel you around. But you don't have arms, you don't have legs, you don't have your genitals, you have nothing. But
you don't get to experience anything.
Well, you get to see it.
But you don't get to eat the food.
Okay.
You can't have sex.
No sex. There would be no sex.
There'd be no nothing.
But you wouldn't want to see it?
How'd that ever get old?
No, it would get new because it's brand new.
No, but you couldn't experience all the great stuff. You're just stuck in a jar. You're a pickle.
You're a pickle. You're right, you're a pickle.
Pickles don't have fun.
His head and body are both frozen, just separately.
That makes sense.
That didn't make any sense.
But why? Yeah, why wouldn't you keep it attached?
Think about this. There was a guy.
They only had so many square footage in the facility.
But think about it. There was a guy whose job it was to decapitate Ted Williams and freeze his head and body. That was an actual job.
You're right. Like, hey,
he had to saw his head off.
Honey, how was your day today? Well, I had to decapitate Ted Williams.
Like I think of like one of those bandsaws where you got to hold his body here and his head here.
That's a great question. Oh man, I would love to talk to the guy who cut off Ted Williams' head.
He's probably around. I bet you that guy's still alive.
Yeah, I mean it only happened 25 years ago.
Yeah, 2002.
So there's this other interesting thing that I saw a couple of years ago. It was a video on YouTube about people that decided to do this and like what has to happen for because like every second that, again, this is based on the science they think
they
is
gotta
true.
Get that done quickly, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like if you're close to death, they have these people like waiting for you.
It's like Taster's Choice. Freeze dry instantly.
I think the example they gave was more like organ donation.
All right.
Right? So
you got to get it on ice.
Exactly. The second that you die, they start this process and boom, they take you going.
Right.
But they did say, like the folks that are against it say, like, look, exactly what you said. If you put something in the freezer for too long, it freezer burns.
Right.
That's going to happen to your body.
It shrivels, it dehydrates.
I mean, the thing that would be the most horrific, it's like, what if you wake up and the fridge had such an effect on you, you're just in agonizing pain?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Do they have to kill you?
Yeah.
Right, like quality of life.
All right, fire up that saw again.
No, but then is that person murdering you? Like, it creates all these ethical questions.
Right. I don't think it would be murder.
Well, no, they're killing you.
But you're already dead.
No, but you weren't.
Isn't that like double something? Double jeopardy? I can't kill you twice.
What?
Yeah, double jeopardy.
So
maritime law.
Shut up. There was a prisoner. And this is a true story a couple of years ago.
What happened?
He was sentenced to life in prison. He died.
Oh.
And they brought him back. And he tried to argue that his life sentence was over.
Well, you're kind of right, because he did die and come back.
The court did not agree.
Look at that.
Look how he was a really bad dude. So
Well,
good idea. But I mean, now it raises an interesting question of what is living, what is dying, right? 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about cryogenic freezing for the reason for the freezing. An article
for the freezing, baby.
The article in Bloomberg talks about how rich people are so scared of being poor that they are not only freezing their bodies, but they're trying to come up with ways to save their money from when they woke up. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Good. It's funny because actually a couple weeks ago there was an article talking about a bunch of the companies that have actually frozen people. And a lot of them have either changed ownership or actually went out of business in the interim. No one was caring for the cryogenic. So, like, pumps were failing and bodies were warming up and then they were refrozen. And they're saying that at that point, all the cells have exploded and you're going to reanimate a pile of goo.
Well, I mean, but Tommy's been working for 30 years as a pile of goo.
Yeah, but he wears a hat, so he's,
the goo,
a hat and goo.
Hat. All right, Jim, let me ask you. Let's say they were offering it for free. Would you take it?
If it were free, yeah, because I'm dead. I don't care,
Kind of like a why not thing.
Hedge your bet. Yeah,
well, okay, no, but you're not, because again, what if you wake up and it's like the worst pain you've ever been in your life?
But then they kill you again anyway. And it's not going to, you're never waking up.
Okay. So
no, because I've already lived the worst pain in my life, and that's called the break room.
Hey-o!
Hey-o!
Jimmy, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Don't apologize, you bitch.
Also, I wonder if people struggle doing this for like religious reasons or like spiritual reasons. Like if I freeze my body, does that mean like I'm stuck in my body?
So if you believe you go,
you know what I
if you
mean?
believe in heaven,
yeah,
it's a good
like
question.
I don't know, like you know.
Well, I mean,
if you believe in an afterlife, does that prevent you from moving on?
I mean, there are folks that won't have their bodies cremated because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to be straight up to the religion.
No, it's a good question. Yeah, because if you believe in a spirit inside a body, does that mean the spirit comes back down if you get reanimated?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah.
I just hope I'm not alive for when they start thawing these people out, because that's the most horrifying part.
Yeah.
Because it's like a zombie. It's like a human zombie.
Yeah. But it's just going to be like, I would think like they find like some dead body like in the mountains of like, they just found a guy actually.
Yeah,
the Himalayas,
Yeah, so they just found a guy. He died like 20 years ago in the mountains in the Andes, and they found. I'm assuming he's just gonna look like that, just like a shriveled up, ugly shoe.
So again,
yeah,
but with a hat on.
Who wants to look like that?
All right, let's take a break. I cannot believe you don't realize what day it is today.
It's July 11th.
July 11th.
And you're saying it's a famous day
for freebies. Okay. July 11th.
You keep saying it like that's gonna trigger something in my mind.
It's like one of the most famous free days in America. People are going to be lining up out the door at this place to fill it up.
Are they getting food?
July 11th. Next. July 11th. 96.5 WCMF. How are you so dense? Kimmy, you get what I'm telling you here, right?
I think so.
She doesn't get it either. She's half dense.
I don't really know what we're talking about.
No, it's like one of the most popular.
July 11th, man.
It's one of the most popular free days of the year.
You're saying it's free.
Okay, I forgot. I'm kind of out on this.
Okay,
never my thing.
It's a free thing.
I get it. I'm just not into it.
Oh, am I into it?
No.
What the hell I care about 11?
But you should know about this because you're going to judge everybody that goes and does this today. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It is one of the greatest free days of the year on July 11th.
Come on, people.
This place on July 11th is giving you this free thing. What month of the year is July?
It's Independence.
Goodbye. I'm going home.
The number.
I asked what month of the year is July, and you said the month.
It's either 6 or 7. Oh, it's 7 because it's my birthday.
Okay.
7.
Holy crap, you
all right,
did we 7,
11, July what?
7-Eleven.
What about it?
7-Eleven.
What's free? What would be free on 7-Eleven?
Oh, wait, you talking about 7-Eleven the store?
You're an idiot! How are you so stupid?
Are they still around?
Yeah, you're kidding me,
Wait.
right?
What?
I can't think where I even know where there's
This is how Eastside insulated
this
this bitch is.
I don't think
are.
I don't know where there's a 7-Eleven.
Around the corner from my house?
Everywhere?
Well, your house is
and then
different
around
than
the
my
corner
house.
from their corner, and then around the corner from that corner.
So, wait, you get the slushie?
It's free. No, it's a Slurpee. Oh my God, you are infuriating.
What's a slushie?
A slushie is it's a more icy consistent.
So, what do
Slurpee.
they sell Slurpee?
Yes.
All right.
Today, oh my God.
I'm not a Slurpee guy.
Yeah,
You're
you
not
don't
a
have
month
to-
guy.
you
What
don't-
month of the year is July?
My
Independence.
You don't have to be a Slurpee guy to know that it exists.
Oh, yeah, I do know Slurpee.
Today is free Slurpee day.
Okay.
You can head on over to 7-Eleven.
They just give you one?
Yeah, they'll give you a free small
You get to go
Slurpee.
fill it up.
No, they've changed it.
Oh, okay. New rules.
So back in the day, on free Slurpee Day, 7-Eleven used to be able to bring whatever container you
And
wanted
people
to.
load it up.
Yep, exactly.
People bring coolers in there.
Yeah.
And they changed the rules a couple of years ago to it had to fit within the container or like the space where the
Right.
the- And then they've changed it this year to a free small Slurpee.
Which is still a pretty good deal if you're a Slurpee person.
Well, yeah, it's free.
Right.
And I mean, if you're just going to get gas or something, why not run in and get your free
Grab
small
yourself some
Slurpee?
frozen water.
And like there is it's not frozen water.
Pretty much frozen water with a little flavor in it.
Okay, fine. What is?
It's good. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
I'm not going to argue with you. There is a serious cult following of grown-ass people that love their Slurpees.
I'm surprised because this Slurpee's been around since I was a little kid.
Well, the Slurpee technology has gotten better throughout the years.
Oh, they jazzed it up.
More flavors.
Smoother.
Oh, okay. Like the consistency.
Yeah. Like,
Can you still get that brain freeze when you eat it?
Oh, yeah.
Because I remember that as a kid. Oh, this is what a stroke feels like.
I'm not a big Slurpee person, but I will indulge in a Slurpee when I'm with my kids every once in a while.
Man, I can't. It has to be 50 years since I've had a Slurpee.
You're not interested to see what it tastes like a little bit? Bless you.
It's just sugar. And I'm a grown-ass person.
No, there's plenty of grown-ass people that are be going to 7-Eleven today, 252 WCMF.
They're putting booze in that stuff, too.
No, people just drink straight-up Slurpees.
All right.
Yeah, if you're going to work, probably, right?
What,
grab a
booze
Slurpee
in
on
work?
the way.
Slurpee.
Oh no, I'm saying you're not putting booze in it if you're going to work.
So the gas station around
Speak
the
for
corner.
yourself.
The gas station around the corner from my house is a 7-Eleven.
Okay.
And if I need gas, I'll usually get it on the way home around like between 11 and noon.
So you'll score a Slurpee.
No, but I see tons of grown-ass people
Really?
walking out with Slurpees, but paying for Slurpees in the
Man.
middle of the day.
You would think that would not be a pop with all the energy drinks and all these drinks they have now. You're still going with the, and it can't be good for you.
Are energy drink guy and Slurpee guy the same person?
They
or are
can't
those two
be.
separate people? Because didn't they make like a Mountain Dew slushy or Slurpee for a little while?
Yeah, Coca-Cola, or well, I don't know if it was Coca-Cola or Pepsi, but whatever it was, made Slurpees. I don't know, Kimmy. That's a good question. I see more women than you would think with Slurpees in the middle of the day. And,
Really?
like professional-looking women.
I've never seen that.
That's kind of good.
Or at least I've never noticed.
I wouldn't think like a good-looking woman drinking a Slurpee.
What, you're telling me a woman drinking a Slurpee would be a deal breaker for you?
I would say if I saw a woman drinking a Slurpee,
Okay.
that is a trash woman.
Oh
She's low trash slurping woman.
Not just trash, low trash.
She's low slurping.
Wait, you got a trash slurping woman?
She's a hard slurping woman in love with a Slurpee man.
I don't understand what makes
I'd touch her, but her hand's so goddamn cold.
I don't understand what makes you trashy about drinking a Slurpee.
It's that a feminine drink.
It is it's a frozen sugary drink. It's the most feminine drink.
No, it's not. You suck it on that straw, you're gonna get hoe mouth.
Bro.
You're going to get Slurpee Ho Mouth.
I love how he's
and you're going to
like-
get that cherry ring on there.
I love
How is she going to get a cherry ring if she's drinking through a straw, stupid?
You're getting a cherry.
You will have a bright blue tongue after that.
Yeah, like you're knobbing a Smurf. What you were saying, I'm sorry.
But I love how Tommy's painting this picture like, I'm too good for that woman, says man who dated woman named Troutmouth.
Yeah, she was drinking Trout Slurpee. 252 WCMF. It is 7-Eleven. It is National Free Slurpee Day. They have changed it now where you just get a free small Slurpee.
Yeah.
But you can get it today. By the way, if you have 7-Eleven rewards, you can
You're a sad person.
No,
if you have 7-Eleven
I can totally understand having 7-Eleven awards because
For what?
you're probably stopping there every day or at least every other day.
What are you getting?
gas, idiot.
You could get
There's
a lot
gas
of
in
different
it?
things.
At 7-Eleven?
I just thought it was a convenience store.
Bro, look at me in the face. I
All
know
those
that
7-Elevens I'm thinking of, they don't have gas.
both the
I just
7-Elevens
thought-
I drive by every day have gas
Do they?
stations.
I did not know that.
Bro,
I haven't been to 7-Eleven in many years.
there are 7-Elevens on every effing corner
Yeah,
in
there
this
are.
town.
There ain't one 7-Eleven in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I know. There's one gas station in Pittsburgh. One. And it sells craft beer.
Yes, it does.
It's a fancy
They
one.
have a tasting on Fridays, and their wine selection is a little dim.
I will say this. I am a big fan of the pina colada slushie at 7-Eleven. It's very good.
Oh.
That's just begging for booze to
No,
be
it
put
is.
in.
And I feel like, you know,
you're there,
Yeah.
man. It's a mixer.
You're right. Like, this is something they did on purpose, but it's a really good flavored
Oh,
pina
yeah.
I
colada.
wonder if like people are going to get these free Slurpees and like keeping them in the freezer so they can like make mixed drinks on the
It'd
weekends.
be a great idea. If you like pina colada,
And getting caught in the
and,
rain.
you know,
Wow.
what's that?
She got there before your stupid
Damn
brain
it.
did it. It was your joke.
You should know that song.
Everybody
doesn't
knows
know that
You only know
song.
that song because of me. Because I sang it
I've
to you.
never heard you sing that song.
I have sung many songs to you.
Why would you sing that song to Kimmy?
We've done every kind of stupid song in
Creep
here.
ass bitch. Hey, young girl.
That song
I
is
work with.
way too happy for Tommy.
You know what it's about?
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like he doesn't sing anything jolly.
I don't know what's jolly about trying to cheat on your wife and her catching you.
Yeah, you're both cheating.
Exactly.
You both cheated and you found each other, you losers.
By the way, yesterday was National Pina Colada Day. Did you know that?
I did not know.
You know how I know that? Because every news station did the trivia. What's the actual name of the Pina Colada song?
And I can't imagine people like drink. I like Slurpees, pina coladas, and daiquiris. Those were like pool drinks when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But those were like old people drinks. I can't imagine like your generation wanting to drink them.
I really like Pina Coladas.
Well, I mean, it's coconut.
No, it's really good. I'm a big coconut guy.
But is that like a drink you would go or like if you were on a cruise?
Yeah.
And you had your choice of beverage. I would think you'd grab a beer, not a pina colada.
So if I'm on a vacation where I know people, like other people other than my wife, I will not order that.
Because of the shame of it.
Yes.
Because you're
If
drinking a girl drink.
You got it. Well, it's not so much a girl drink.
It's a very feminine drink. It's in a shapely glass with like ornaments in it. It's pretty girly.
If I am not around anybody and it's hot, I will order a pina colada.
Oh, by the way, that drink sneaks up on you. Like you don't think you're drinking anything and then stand up and you're like, whoa.
That's most of those like slushy kind of
Those
drinks.
girly
right?
drinks.
Yeah.
Let's take one call, 252 WCMF. Again, it is 7-Eleven National Free Slurpee Day. We talked about the size regulations that they've changed here. Cody's on CMF. Hey, Cody, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good, Cody. What's up?
Well, you can get yourself a Slurpee? How are you there, Cody?
Honestly, I'm not going to. The small thing almost kind of ruins the vibe for me, at least as far as going out of my way to get one. If they give you at least a large, I mean, it costs them like 5 cents. It's sugar and water. Come on.
Okay,
If you could get at least a large, I'd go out of my way. But a small, I'm not going to go out of my way. If I was in 7-Eleven on accident, I'd get one. But
Well,
otherwise,
thank you
it's
for
just
your
kinda ruined.
service.
All right, so yesterday at this time, this exact time, we had a man call us up to complain about Shake Shack.
Yes.
Or as he called it, Shakedown Shack.
Yeah.
Today, Cody is saying he won't drive out of his way for a free
Free.
Slurpee. Cody,
But he
Size
drinks them.
regulations.
you're upset.
Small. I mean, the small is
but you're
small. It's
upset about
small.
the size of free.
Well, I'm not upset about it. I'm just saying
They
I'm
call
not
the
going to
radio
go out of
station.
my way. I mean, they can do what they want.
Oh, thank you.
Cody, when's the last time you had a Slurpee?
A few weeks ago,
Okay, how old are you?
25.
And what do you do for a living?
Landscape and snow plowing.
Okay.
You're pretty grumpy 25-year-old. You got like old man grump in you, boy.
I try not to be.
He's got young man name, old man grump.
Yes.
I gotta be honest. Tommy. I mean, your ignorance to what 7-Eleven Day is, I mean, that kind of does make me grumpy.
Hey, bro, when I went to 7-Eleven, it was a real 7-Eleven. You got lighters and you got porn. You could get a really nice club magazine and Club International.
Can you still get porn at 7-Eleven?
You get one of those still.
They don't have dirty magazines.
How would you know?
Who's buying old school dirty magazine?
That's a good question. All right, Cody, thanks for the call, buddy. Enjoy your landscaping and your not free Slurpee. There goes Cody.
That's like the world's slowest pornography.
All right, let's take a break. Maybe pornography's not for you. Maybe you want an actual relationship with somebody.
Okay.
As time has moved on and technology has changed, the definition of relationship has also changed. Because it used to be when you told someone you loved them for the first time, you looked them in the face, you held their hand, and that was that.
Yeah, it was a moment.
Mm-hmm. But it's not that way anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is a good thing for mankind or if this is a sign of the downfall of mankind.
Oh.
And there are definitely people listening who have done this before. I'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The word love is thrown around a lot, all willy-nilly these days, Tommy. Right? You're going to walk into a grocery store at some point this weekend. You're going to see cards, balloons, pastries. Yeah. Everything says love. And we're in the middle of July.
Yeah.
But the fact is, most people don't tell someone they love them without time and grade and some serious thought that goes in.
Yeah, it's a moment.
Right? But it seems now a pretty good chunk of people don't even spend a minute with someone before they tell them, I love you.
So how does this work?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we missed it early.
We did because your stupid effing hat.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, we got a bitch voice theater coming at you. And also a gentleman who decided he wasn't going to jail that day, who ended up in jail that day.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, 1 in 3 people admit they've said I love you to someone they've only dated virtually.
So they never touched them.
Never were in the same room as them.
How do you know you love them?
It's a great question. I guess it all depends on what you believe love is.
No, but don't you have to get your hands on somebody before you can say they love them?
Could you have said that creepier than you
That
did?
was a really creepy statement.
Oh, my God. Don't you have to get your hands on somebody? Are there bodies in your trunk?
I'm just saying, like, I got to feel you up a little bit before I say I love you. I got to.
Wouldn't you
I have to have
say,
physical contact.
Don't you think, though, if you have a very strong connection before you even do that says something?
But you still don't know till you have to been. I'm not saying you have to have sex, but like to be somewhat intimate before you know.
You just said you have to feel them up.
You got to feel them up.
Okay.
Not do a deep touch. But touch.
Stop talking.
What is a deep
Don't
touch?
You know
ask
deep
that
touch.
question.
You don't have to do that.
I'm sorry to everybody watching the live stream.
You
What?
did that.
That.
You did that.
Stop that. Is that how you do it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm air doing it, man. I don't have. I don't have a vagina right now.
You're like your brother dancing at a wedding?
Yeah.
So disturbed.
Again, we've gotten off track. 1 in 3 people admit they've said I love you to someone they've only dated virtually. And listen, it's definitely a sign of the times.
But here's my fear. Like when you say I love you.
Yeah.
And you don't get the immediate "I love you"
Well, that's
back.
a risk you take whenever you say it, though,
right?
right?
But if you just get like "I love you" and then you get "Thanks,"
well, then you can just get off that call immediately.
Yeah.
Right? It's kind of easier. I'm not stuck in the same room as you.
That's true.
Okay, so I can't. It's hard to tell if this is insane or if this is something that makes perfect sense. Because if you're single and you've been dating the last, I don't know, couple of years.
Right.
Like, think about it. COVID, first of all,
right?
Like there was a time or a whole year where we couldn't even see people,
Right.
right? But saying I love you to someone, that's a monster step in a relationship.
It's, and doing it digitally, right? How do you call it?
I mean, yeah, I
It
guess.
sounds kind of desperate. It makes you look desperate. Like you're almost like, "Please love me."
No, but you could meet somebody long distance. You know what I mean? Like it's just the way sometimes it shakes out, right?
All right.
So you're telling
I
me
wouldn't say
that
it's desperate.
You're telling me that you don't think you'd love your wife without having physically touched her first?
I don't think I would know until we were like at least close to each other. I can't imagine like just talking to somebody on a phone and thinking, "Oh, I love you." I don't think that's me.
So you're saying
I think until you are
stupid.
You didn't. So
you had to have a physical contact.
You're saying you couldn't fall in love with just her mind?
Yeah, but I'd have to touch it. I'd have to touch her head.
You have to tell how you diddle somebody's mind.
No, you had to like stroke their head.
What is wrong with you?
Stroke their hair. See how they react. I mean, we're human beings. It's not even natural.
Okay.
Like that is a very unnatural way, and I don't think you know what you're in love yet until you're with that person
but it
physically.
doesn't matter whether or not you feel like you love that person.
But you don't know.
What is love? What is love anyway?
No, I can totally understand
Rock and roll
saying,
never answered that question.
I can totally understand saying I love you very quickly to somebody when it's just an idea of somebody.
But you're kind of jumping the gun.
Maybe, but I could see a lot more people saying it quicker because this is a person I've painted in my head. Because you haven't met them in person.
Right.
You only know them through a photo and some words.
So in that statement, you are also kind of believing that you can't really love someone until you're
Oh,
in the
no,
same
I'm not
room.
saying that.
Yeah.
I'm saying like maybe
And I agree.
things move faster.
You agree with the point you made that she's
I know.
not actually agreeing with?
Yeah.
Back
Yeah.
when I say it's
I
a kid.
back
Okay.
that other voice, that man in the room.
I also think that there are people that are like seeking that out. So, Like, we talk all the time about people who get scammed because, like, they fall in love with people that they've
those
never
are like
met.
desperate people.
But I think that there are a lot of people seeking love that way, so there's a higher percentage of that happening.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about how 1 in 3 people say they have said I love you to someone they've only dated virtually. And Tommy says that's impossible. You have to be able to physically be with someone, touch them, diddle them, as you said.
Not diddle.
You
I was
said
doing,
that
I
was
was
your
doing
quote.
the joke
You literally
diddle.
said diddle.
This is joke diddle. Which one of my favorite blues artists.
Oh, how'd it go? How'd it go?
Oh, I'm Joe Diddlin'. Doing it over the phone, baby, ain't the same thing. Daddy's got to come over and give you the soul finger. You asked for the set. Sorry.
Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, you're also forgetting, like, there are so many ways technology can connect you where you will have almost like face-to-face interactions with that person through FaceTime or Zoom or whatever.
But that's still just a snapshot. It's like looking at somebody through like a periscope. You don't know that person just because you're FaceTiming them. You're just getting this little window.
Yeah, but I'm seeing your facial reactions. I'm seeing how you
I mean,
interact
it is like
with
having
other
a
people.
conversation
It
in
ain't
person.
the same, bro.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you said I love you to your wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Kimmy,
we were out.
Kimmy, you remember the first time you said I love you to your husband?
Yeah.
Okay. You both love your spouses, obviously. So Tommy, you're telling me that you would not have said I love you to your wife had it not been you having
Well, it's an impossible thing to answer because I can't
I
separate the
thing I
two.
said earlier. I'm trying to back out of it because I don't have my hat on because I look like an idiot.
Because now I know her.
Okay.
I didn't know her.
Okay.
Like, she didn't know me.
Fair enough.
I'm sure she felt the same way, like, when she first met me.
Oh, no, I think any woman that's not around you is more apt to fall in love. Like, if they couldn't be in the same room as you and you couldn't speak and they couldn't see you, every woman would love you.
That's called a shadow.
The shadow.
Maybe it's easier to fall in love with somebody that way because you're getting the best of them.
Yeah, but that's a lie. I gotta also know the bad stuff.
But maybe, like, if you're somebody maybe you're shy, you're not good at articulating the way you feel about people. It's hard to do that face to face, but it's much easier if I can write it down, tell you really how I feel.
Oh, like a love letter almost.
Yeah. Kinda, yeah.
It's like the opposite of you. Like, you can't write, but you can speak.
It's putting
I love
thought
you,
into
even though
it.
I have not touched you.
Okay. I think you can make an argument that saying I love you virtually, having never met before, is better for relationships. And I will tell you why.
I'm listening.
But folks have been waiting very patiently as we're rambling. 252-WCMF. 1 in 3 people say they have said I love you to someone they've only dated virtually. Skyler's on CMF. Hey, Skyler, how are you, brother?
Hey, what's up, goofballs? First of all, I love you is you can tell a friend I love you. It could be a non-gay thing that one of my buddies give me a handshake. We love you, bro.
I'm glad you said shake after that. I was worried where this
It's a
was going.
non-gay thing.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so then there's I'm in love with you. There's a big difference between I love you and I'm in love with you.
You think so?
So I'm going to tell you a quick story. During COVID, because you brought that up, that's why I called. During COVID, I was trying to fix a bill. So I called like RG&E or whatever, and their computers are down. So I'm literally on the phone with this chick for over an hour. So I end up putting her on speakerphone, set the phone on the kitchen table. I'm doing dishes. My kids are running around. They're telling jokes. We're just talking. She's like, I'm sorry, my computer's froze. Be patient. So I got to get this done. So it's like over an hour. I'm talking with this chick in Chicago that I've never met. And at the end of the call, she's like, you know what, Skyler? She says, I feel like I've stepped into your life for a brief moment, and I really think you're freaking awesome. So I can't give her number because that's against company policy or whatever. So I tell her my Sky High Ink is my tattoo shop. I tell her, check me out on that. So we start talking through that. And the chicken, through a year, she ends up coming from Chicago to see me. And it's not like we're in love, but I love her. She's a great person, and I love her. We didn't get, we've spent a week together or whatever, and there was love involved.
Okay, so you think it is possible to love somebody without physical contact there?
How desperate is this, bro?
There's a difference between loving someone and being in love with
this Chi-Town sad ass bitch goes all the way down to 90 for Skylar because she couldn't get anything.
All the way to the country, brother. Shut up, because I'm worth it, you jerk face.
You imagine driving all the way to Chicago for that witty dialogue?
I didn't drive to Chicago. I ain't the slump.
I got you guys. You could be me.
He came to me, stupid.
But she felt enough of a connection to do that.
She's a wonderful person. She went
Man,
back
what
to
kind
Chicago,
of donkey got out of that
her.
car, bro?
Bro, what are you doing?
Whatever.
Skylar, that's a beautiful story. I appreciate
Awesome,
it.
man. Sorry it didn't work out. Hey.
Yeah, there's a difference between love and in love.
What happened to your bill? Did you at least your rates go down?
All right.
Bye, Skylar.
I wish I could tattoo you one damn time. I put it in deep. I love you, Tommy Muley.
Skylar, great call, buddy. Have a good listen to Tate.
He drove from Chicago.
Dude, but I think, you didn't even listen to any part of his
I
story.
got the whole story. He's doing the dishes, the kids running around. Hey, Skylar, you a cool guy, man. I'm going to leave Joliet.
Why is she also talking like Skylar?
I don't know. That's the connection they had, man.
All right. If you're sitting at home, give us 1 second, because I want to bring up this point before we go back to the phones. With the knowledge that 1 in 3 people, including Skylar, has said, I love you to someone that they've only dated virtually, I think you can make the argument that that's better for relationships.
All right.
The difference between love and lust can be hard to tell sometimes.
That is true.
If there is one benefit to a virtual relationship, it would be that lust is not an option. You wouldn't be confusing your emotional feelings with sexual feelings because there is no sex. You would be getting to know this person strictly as a person, not someone you're getting all finger blasty with.
Okay. But, I mean, all those things will have to happen in order for you to complete the picture. Though.
I understand, but to a sentence that Kimmy said 10 minutes ago, right? There would already be a rock-solid foundation that I care about this person,
right,
and I enjoy their personality and the way that they think.
Like a soulmate, like
yes,
a connection.
Before that. I mean,
You at least know you would get along with this person, whether or not there's a deep love connection there.
I think that there should be some rule that if you want to get married, you do a 3-month cooling-off period. Where
a handgun.
Yes, only talk over Zoom. After 3 months, if you still want to talk to that person every day without sex, they're the one for you.
All right. There you go.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Andy. Hey, Andy, how are you, brother?
Well, God damn it, Patrick Duffy, you just took all the words out of my mouth.
I'm sorry.
It's a good thing, and I'll keep it short. That's basically the story of my wife and I and how we met. We went to a wedding, the destination wedding, not knowing each other, had our little thing, decided to keep it going. I lived here. She lived in Boston. We talked long distance for 2 years. We periodically go see each other, and now we're married and have been here for 8 years.
Well, hold on. So you went to one of them destination weddings.
Yep.
And you tapped that ass at that wedding.
I sure did.
So you got into the cookie jar first, then backpedaled into I love you, baby. So you got to taste up immediately when she was at her best because she was completely.
And this is.
You were in paradise, you know.
But she also had resort vagina going on.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't want to know.
Don't say absolutely to that, Andy.
That thing is plucked like a skinless thigh.
Listen, this is where I can't. I might be on the Tommy side a little bit here. I can't speak entirely to doing it virtual the entire time, but I can see where someone starts a relationship, gets to that point with the communication, says I love you, and then eventually gets together and has a real relationship. So I totally get that.
Unlimited cocktails.
I can't speak to that.
Poolside,
I got to dip in first and then came back, but now she's with me and we're very happily married. So
look at you.
It does work. The communication thing does work. The long distance really helped out. It really does because it goes back to the lust versus love. When you lust for someone, you overlook a lot of flaws just to make them happy.
Well, bro, you closed the deal at a wedding, man. That's impressive.
Wait, time out for the game. Hold on.
I know. But let me just to kind of finish up here, and part of the reason I speak so deeply to this is that this, as Tommy, I also relate with you. This is my second wife. So my first one, I was divorced, and that was because of that problem. We didn't distinguish between lust and love, and we were in a lusty relationship, and it collapsed. So I learned from that, and that's how.
On Horny Island, baby.
Yeah, buddy. You know it. Good old Cabo.
Andy, thanks for the call,
guys.
Andy. There goes Andy. I would be scared in Andy's situations. I kind of see that as the opposite of what we've been talking about.
It's the exact opposite.
Well, you're jumping right into it up front.
Let me put it even further than that.
Yeah.
You are having the best sex maybe you'll have in your life.
Bro, on vacation.
Smoke show,
resort.
And it's not even vacation. Like, there's already love in the air because it's a
Yeah,
wedding.
right, yeah.
Right? That might be the best sex you've ever had in your life.
Right.
And then you don't talk to her. I would be fearing that's what I'm thinking about when I still think I care about this woman, is just getting back into that.
Oh, like it'll be hard
Is
to
that
replicate
reality?
that.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to keep
but
my attention even talking online.
You're right, but I guess the majority of them getting to know each other was online.
Yeah, but still, like, if it was really, I just want to get, I don't care, I'll do it, whatever. Let's get back to that. I'll drive to Boston right now. Don't think I'm not saying that. Okay. How many people have heard "I love you" come out of your mouth? And I don't mean like your mom. I'm talking like romantically.
Like women have told me?
No, how many people have you said "I love you" to?
Like a number?
You can't tell me?
I mean, outside, like obviously I said it to the 3 women I was married to.
Okay, so that's 3. And
But
the
like
woman you were
after-
engaged to.
Yeah, I told
So
her
that's
that.
4.
But meant it.
No.
Just
heard
said
you
it.
say it.
Just saying it.
You said it.
Oh, I probably said it to all of them.
Yeah.
Didn't mean
I mean, you say it
90%
to
of
like your high school boyfriend or girlfriend, right? I mean, I think you probably have said it in every relationship you've ever been in.
I haven't
But
said
some of them you don't mean it.
I haven't said it in every relationship.
Well, you think you mean it at the time,
No,
right?
some of
Like
them
you
are-
think.
Somebody's just trying to get them britches
All right.
off.
I know you're weird, but like I'm thinking
That's
like
not weird, it's men.
No, I'm thinking like a 17-year-old kid probably thinks he's in love,
Right, but
even though
that's
you don't
not-
really know
okay.
what it is yet.
True.
But at the time, you think you're in love.
I mean, it is an easy way to like make everything better when you're in high school.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like when you're that age. But no, like there were a couple of women who I dated. Like
you
And
never said it?
You never said it, even if they said it to you.
Because you'd almost have to.
Yeah.
Because that would be a deal breaker.
You
yeah, well, that
definitely
kind of
have said
ended
it.
one of
All
them.
right.
Well, look, I didn't want to get.
I know.
I didn't like. There were some.
It does as soon as you say it, it changes the dynamic of the relationship.
Thank you, 100%.
I do know. Do you know people though who are just very open with saying it, and they will
Yes.
say it to like almost everybody in their life?
My sister was
Yeah.
that person. Oh, I love her.
And I never
She's
know
my
what to
friend.
say back to those people
Yeah.
because it's like I feel like I have to say it back, even though this is kind of weird
Mm-hmm.
because I don't even know you that well.
Would your wife be bothered if she knew that you said "I love you" to every woman you've ever been with?
I don't think so because I think it's just kind of like what you do in relationships.
But you didn't mean it. You mean it with her, but you didn't mean it with.
Well,
Dan.
obviously, for sure, I didn't mean it with the other ones because
Oh,
I'm not with them.
No, because you're different, baby. I love you. The rest of them,
Right.
no. I didn't mean that. No. Kimmy, if you found out your husband had sincerely said "I love you" to 6 women before you, would that bother you?
No, he probably has.
I mean, look at that guy.
I mean, I
Come
would
on.
think.
Lots of love.
Again,
Oh,
like
yeah.
I don't blame somebody for feeling that way when they're in a relationship.
Right. Yeah,
and
I didn't know you then.
I get
so.
it.
You know, it's funny. Proof that like love. I mean, you know, maybe like this idea, like you said, Kimmy, you said it to your high school girlfriend,
Yeah.
boyfriend doesn't count. Maybe that's not true.
I didn't say it didn't count. I just said maybe it's not. You know, you
didn't
haven't
know what you were dealing with.
experienced everything yet.
Au contraire, though. Because how many grown-ass people end up reconnecting with their old flames decades later that they find online?
That's
right?
true.
Or
But you're
you've
kind
grown a
of. But
lot.
I wonder if those even work because you're still thinking like you're going back. Like you're almost trying to rekindle your youth when you do that,
okay, maybe.
and it doesn't work
I
out.
love you think you have this all figured out. I love.
Oh, I
like,
got it figured out.
No, I love when
You
you
see
think,
my hat?
Yeah.
That's a thinking man's hat.
No, no, if you were thinking you wouldn't have bought that hat.
I look like Oppenheimer. I look like Oppenheimer's done brother. He invented the firecracker that went off in that sewer.
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
Okay.
Kimmy, I think this phenomenon of people looping back around to folks they knew back in the day. Maybe there was something legitimately there, and I understand your argument.
But I think
Well-
you're trying to drink from the fountain of youth.
There are a lot of people though that it didn't work out because you just weren't mature enough.
Right,
yet.
you were
weren't-
kids.
Yeah, you weren't ready for a serious thing or to be with that person forever. And I think that's what you come back around again, and you've both grown and you're both ready for a relationship. And I think timing is everything when it comes to that kind of stuff. Not so much like, I loved you back then and I realized I only loved you more now.
So does that mean a 16, 17-year-old can understand what love is?
It's all perspective. Like, yeah, they think they love them at the time.
But I also
I don't
think-
know how to compare that. I guess I don't remember it enough to know how serious it really was.
I'm thinking most boys, they confuse their boner with "I love you."
Okay.
They get sexually excited, and this is the person.
We got it. You didn't have to go any
They get
further.
totally aroused, and they want to
Shut up. No, don't finish that sentence.
be with a woman and her flower, and if she accepts him
All right.
in her garden.
We're done. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, what is it?
What does it mean?
I have no idea. Oh, it's Hat Day.
We already did Hat Day, stupid. It's Bitch Voice Theater. We had a Bitch Voice Theater, and it's the first one of the day because you wore your new hat at 7 o'clock. And once again, it was so stupid that we couldn't do anything but make fun of your hat for 20 minutes. And a gentleman who decided, I'm not going to jail today, ended up in jail.
Oh.
Next year, the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This man was not going to take it.
What happened?
Despite the fact that police say he was breaking the law in several ways, he was not going to jail that night. And this move that he made ensured that he actually ended up in jail that night. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah.
And we didn't get to it this morning because Tommy showed us his new hat because apparently every other Thursday is hat day in the break room. When you want to hurt someone in this room, we can't call them short or stupid or say you should go back on the live stream on YouTube at the break room WCMF to see Inspector Gadget live on the show.
Where's my outfit?
It's such a stupid hat, your mouth doesn't work. You got to really hurt someone, something along the lines of...
Pat Duffy, I'm scared of the scary weather yesterday. Thank God I got a finished basement so I could go down in my little Condé Nast whatever shorts I'm wearing and hide from the tornado because I'm just a little twister bitch.
Yes, I'm scared of the tornadoes.
I have a private finished basement.
As opposed to your public basement? I heard your basement was public. You gotta really hurt someone. Or no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so backwards right now and angry with you. Thank you, Kimmy. We take all your bitch voices, we run it back from you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. Let's see CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Listen, is this what you two want to do?
Oh, no, you were the one who encouraged us last week. What happened on the show? And I ran my mouth last week, and I'm realizing how bad this is for me, so I don't want to do it anymore, but it's too late because I'm stuck because I'm a little scared-ass bitch.
I'll do it. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. It's summertime, so I'm going to dress like a pickleball line judge today. I'm a pickleball little bitch.
You need help, maybe help you yourself.
Oh, I thought this was Teddy calling, not bitch-ass Teddy calling. It's Teddy, and I can't do anything on myself. I gotta rely on everybody else to help me out because I'm a scared-ass kid, do nothing for me, bitch-ass bitch. I met a ton of players when I was a kid.
Ooh, sorry.
No.
I'm Pat Duffy. I want to dress today like I'm a Little League softball coach that got busted for meth. And now I'm just hanging out, man, just doing community time. Because I'm just a scrawny, emaciated little baseball cap wearing little bitch.
Bro, I can't eat real food right now.
I can't eat real food.
I can't.
My mouth hurts.
I want to.
I have busted mouth disease. I have West Side root canal work. They don't put things in their child's head.
Watch out for your body, scared ass bitch. I got things to say, but I won't say it because I act like I'm a tough guy who buys my own hats, but I won't say nothing because I'm a scared ass hat wearing little bitch.
I don't want that hat knocked off my head.
And that concludes another rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
A story that happened here in the greater Rochester area last week.
What happened?
A 26-year-old man is facing some serious charges, and it started in Irondequoit. Irondequoit police say they were chasing this man along Lakeshore Boulevard while he was on a motorcycle.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh, an ass.
And he did not want to go to jail. He was not going to go to jail. So he decided motorcycle was not the way to get away from the cops. As he was driving his motorcycle, he abandoned the bike at the Westage and the Harbor next to the U.S. Coast Guard station. You're familiar
so
with
he's
this?
right up by the lake.
He is literally right there.
Yeah.
And when he jumped off the motorcycle, he then proceeded to jump right into the Genesee River.
So he went right into... Okay.
Jumped
this
off
is
the
like
bike.
something you'd see in the movies.
Yeah. Too Fast, Too Furious, son. So
where was he going once he got in the river?
well,
Toronto?
That's the problem.
Or Montreal?
He jumps off the bike.
Yeah.
He jumps into the river, and police say the
Can't catch me now.
Well, they can, because like you
The
said...
Coast Guard's right there with the boat.
Yeah. You're not
This is
out
what they
swimming
do
a boat.
This is what they do for a living. They pull people out of the water.
They didn't even need the Coast Guard because the man, according to police, swam from that area across the river to the Charlotte
Back to the
Pier,
shore.
where officers were waiting for him to get out of the water. He was arrested, taken into custody without further incident. He was already on parole for robbery, numerous traffic violations, and traffic charges, including reckless endangerment. He has a court date coming up for what he did. So, to your point, unless you were going to swim to Toronto, this wasn't going to work. And even if you were going to swim to Toronto,
like the tides take you out,
the Coast Guard could just pluck you out of the water, right? We see a lot of police chase stories here in the break room.
Yeah.
And I know guys love to fantasize that if they were in that situation, they'd be able to outrun
Yeah,
the
they're
cops.
the Dukes of Hazzard.
But this story illustrates another potential situation.
What's that?
Is every single police chase pure adrenaline and zero thought.
It seems to be.
Okay. Like nobody ever has a plan.
Right.
They just keep turning, hoping that when they get there, the police will be gone.
Right.
Okay. If that's the case, it makes police chases a whole hell of a lot more interesting. And I don't mean the actual chases. Yeah. I mean the idea of them. Because folks that get away, they want to think that I got away because I think quick and I'm smart. But maybe it's luck every single time.
It would always have to be.
Well, no. I mean, you believe you have the skill to outrun the cops. You've said this before on the show.
Well, back in my day, sure. But that's a stupid thing to think. I understand.
Like, do you think there are men that are smart enough, women that are smart enough to get in their...
I just got to find a cornfield. No, I'll turn the lights off.
Well, it's funny you say that because there is another story that showed up yesterday that Kimmy, somebody... Here, speak while I'm finding it here.
So somebody turned into a cornfield? Because the thing is, you turn into the cornfield, turn the lights off, and you just disappear into the corn.
That's the idea.
Yeah. It seemed like maybe they thought this was going to work out better and then had to abandon ship halfway through.
So I have the story right here. Yeah. They were traveling 531. Driver refused to stop for a cop. Deputies say the man drove into a field near Sweden, exited the stolen vehicle on foot, ran towards a residential neighborhood, and then was eventually caught.
Yeah.
So that didn't work either.
Yeah. I don't think many police. I think every chase ends bad for the guy.
Well, I mean, there are some people that
completely got away.
But even when they escape, like it's always like, hey, sometimes you don't really know how it ended. Because, like people go missing, and then we're like,
I guess you're right.
Maybe they just passed away.
Okay. I mean, that did happen in Geneseo when the guy was running away from the cops.
They didn't find him for a few years, right?
It was like a year they found his body.
But like when you see those ones in California where the guy, like, he wrecks the car, and then he jumps out and he's, like, looking around, he's climbing a fence, and then he's running through a neighborhood, and there's, like, 7 helicopters following him. Like, where are you going, bro?
No, I hear you, but that doesn't really happen
here. Take a knee.
Look, no, I'm not encouraging anyone to run from the cops. I think, in fact, these two stories that we tell where these guys made terrible decisions illustrate how stupid it is to run from the cops. Yes. But, I mean, it does happen where people get away.
Yeah, but it's got to be low percentage.
I agree with you.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like lottery ticket numbers.
Although if you talk to any guy, they all have a story about that one time they outran the cops.
It is interesting you bring that up.
Somewhere in a small town.
Yes, try that in a small town. Because, no, we've talked about this in the past, and you're right. We were inundated with phone calls of guys that said they outran the cops.
It's not that hard, actually.
But I don't think now you can. I think technology will not let you run from the cops because there's cameras all over the place.
Okay.
There's drones.
Sure.
I mean, the technology has changed from like old squad car days when they just had that one flashlight on the side of the car.
Look, I want to believe what you're saying is true. I think it's naive. I think you're being a naive East Side bitch. That's what I think.
And they got now they can just they can flatten your tires.
Yeah, but they have to get the spike strips out in front of you. They have to know where you're going.
True.
It has to all work out.
All right.
It's weird to me that you have this East Side sense of every criminal gets their comeuppance.
Mm-hmm. But they do.
No, but it's not. I mean, not necessarily true. Some guys get away. Some women get away. Sometimes somebody commits a crime and you never hear from them ever again. It just happens.
All right.
I mean, look, it would be like asking a baseball player to bat 1,000. It's physically impossible. Like,
And sometimes people get caught in like their second or third time attempting the crime. So they got away with it the first time.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
exactly,
Like they get caught because they get a little greedy.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this guy out in Irondequoit. It happened last week. He was running from the cops on a motorcycle. He ran the motorcycle all the way up to near the pier there, Charlotte. Across from the pier, the club.
You're by O'Loughlin's and the Coast Guard
He
station.
jumps off the bike. He jumps into the river. He swims across the river to the Charlotte Pier where police were waiting for him, and they arrested him. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Tim. Hey, Timmy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, man.
I was just wondering if Tommy got his hat from Kmart.
Okay. I appreciate you trying to do the callback of Teddy yesterday asking if Tommy learned how to drive at Kmart.
Yeah.
And I also understand that, Tim, you're not a professional, right?
Obviously.
So I can't. But I am furious with you. Time and place, Tim. Time and place. If you would have squeezed that into a comment on the police chase conversation, that would have been brilliant. But you blew it, Tim. You blew it.
I did blow it. You're right. I did.
It's okay.
Where'd you get your timing, buddy?
I accept it.
Kmart?
See, that's how you do it, Tim. That's how you do it. That's why this man is not in the Hall of Fame. Thank you for the call, though. Have a good rest of the day. There goes terrible timing Tim. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Rick says, I watched this happen in Irondequoit. It was the day before the 4th of July. The guy was a way better swimmer than I thought he was going to be, but he knew they were waiting, and I think he was scared when they took him in.
I'm sure. He wasn't planning on going for a dip that day.
Well, but you jumped
in work clothes.
No, he does bring up a good point,
Right.
right? Like if you jump in the water to try and get away from the cops, and you see the cops on the other side,
right? But you may not actually see them because you're swimming. You're not looking at the shoreline. You're just swimming.
But you also have to climb up the pier, so you would look up and see them waiting for you, right?
But he must have had that sense like this is really hard.
Yeah,
you're
I'm just tired.
I can imagine how exhausting it would be just to swim across that river in clothes.
Yeah.
You're exhausted.
True. Shoes.
You could also just kind of hang out and doggy paddle in the middle. They can't get you,
You
there until
can't
they can eventually.
Yeah, but I mean,
then you got the Coast Guard comes after you.
But now I got time to rest and maybe swim a little further. I don't know. Like I'm a little disappointed. I'm glad the guy was caught, right? If he's guilty of the charges, I'm a little disappointed he wasn't.
She made this cool move to get into the water.
Yeah,
and now you got nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's like lighting a firecracker and the fuse dies.
Yeah, true.
We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF.
You needed,
wow.
Yeah, you needed to
Right?
like add the sunglasses
Wow.
to it.
Can we say wow?
No.
Wow.
No, we can't
I
say
think
wow.
we were saying wow.
We could say
It was a
I'm going to
moment.
give it some time. It's going to take me a little bit to get used to it, but it wasn't a terrible start.
I'll take it.
She's talking like a very, very old man who just found out his grandson was gay. Look, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's going to take me some time to get used to
All
it.
right,
Okay? It's
all
not a
right.
bad thing.
It's an adjustment.
I'm not against it, is what I'm telling you. I'm just, just give me some time. Give me some time. All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, we just need some time.
Need some time for the hat.
For Tommy Muley, who I'm sure is already shopping online for his third hat.
How do we know he hasn't purchased one already?
There's one more I really want to get.
Don't get a third hat, you jackass.
I want a third hat.
You don't have
because
enough
I want
head
to see
for
how
3
far
hats.
he pushes it.
What do you mean? How could he push it any further than what he did?
You asked that question. We
There's
don't
one
know.
more hat. It's kind of tropical and it looks
No,
cool.
Yes.
No, I mean, it doesn't have like
hat.
it doesn't have like
Tropical hat.
it doesn't have palm trees on it or nothing.
Don't do
But it's
this.
like an old school hat.
So it's Hemingway is what it is.
No, not a Hemingway hat.
So it's something you plan on taking on like a vacation with
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Okay.
Every day's vacation when you got that hat on, Kimmy.
The Panama hat.
No, don't do this, man. Come on.
It's called a Panama Jack,
I know what a Panama Jack is.
and they are sharp.
I'm begging you not to do this.
You put that on with a white suit and a cigar.
Shut up. No. What are you, the island of Dr. Moreau?
Yeah, it kind of looks like that.
All right, it's time to go home. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.